glaube ich, da. So abpasst, was machst du denn? Das scheint mir nicht an seinen Ex. Also keiner kann so lieb sein.
Brother Dave, you see us?
Yeah. It's sturdy as heck, man. It's stable as the mother. It's stable.
I'm about to say, I wanted to show you, let you see the picture. This picture, camera down. That's what we are. That's what we are. We just gonna really just do a lot of hovering.
Hello everybody, welcome back. We're here at the autonomous zone at Chaz, and we're just going to observe today. We're going to look at the sites. We have Green Works on the drone and me on the camera. Enjoy.
Ahead.
So we're just gonna go forward. Go up some more. Keep going. No, I'm flying it. It's not gonna fly itself.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going crazy with your thumb. You know what I'm saying?
Nice, right? And we could just this what we're gonna do. We're gonna just gonna hover, and we just gonna enjoy the sights like Sister E double said. That's all we gonna do. It's slightly over there.
He doesn't have the drone set up on. Are you connected to the live stream?
Yes. You don't see it?
He's not showing it. We don't see. I don't see. Can you call Rob?
You don't see it at all? Hello? Rob, can you hear me? Yeah, Rock. I got the drone up. It's oh, he said he see it.
Okay. Because on the live, we don't.
Because she said she on the live, she's checking the stream, so that's why she just asked. He said refresh your page and look at all who's streaming. Okay, yeah, she got this amazed look on her face, so that means she must have seen it.
She said, obviously, I think like there was some disagreement about whether she would like eventually
You said you like.
relocate here. And she doesn't.
You said you like the way the shot looks, but what happened? It's a reservoir right there. We're in the park. It's a reservoir, and yeah. Well, no, there isn't. They took the water out the reservoir. Okay. No, she can't. But I'm gonna tell her, turn the camera like that way, because he said it's an empty field. It looked crazy. So he said turn the camera that way. It's just it's the perspective. It's like it's empty and ain't nothing happening.
This way?
Yeah, she just changed. She just turned it towards the people coming towards. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Well, right where we are, it's like a. Okay. Yes, sir. No, sir. You're in my ear. I don't know. Yeah, I'm looking at my screen. All right. No. Well, we brought them, but I didn't put them in the bag. So look, then we're gonna change. We're gonna move this position, okay? And yeah. Rob. Listen, Rob. Listen. We picked this spot because it was inconspicuous to take the drone off from here. Nobody's paying attention. Nothing. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why we sitting right here. All right, Rob. Later. He want us to. Your camera's. The drone is cool, but this we gotta change. Yeah, we gotta change this. We gotta change this particular spot. He wants you to sit. He wants you to go and sit in the middle of the shit.
I peeked. I knew, but I was like, it's kind of a good idea too. But my camera's not showing, so. I can just open.
What?
It's coming down.
I'm bringing it back.
So we can use that as a vlogging camera, I guess.
Uh-huh.
Because this one is... You want me to walk over it? Well, I'll wait for you. Baby, can you put this in my side pocket? Thank you.
It's still going. It's still say live. So I'm just gonna unplug it and plug my camera in while we move over there.
We're not streaming anymore? On anything?
Nah, because my video is still going. It still say live. It never stop. It's still going. So I'm just gonna switch it.
Uh-oh.
See, if I'm not streaming right now, and you see it, I got to troubleshoot it to find out why. Because the camera's plugged in. The video says it's still going. And yeah, it's still saying it's going. 100% battery. Everything still say live. I just switched it over to my hand, to my phone.
Looks like somebody is getting into a tizzy over there.
No, I ain't do none of that shit, bro. I just brought it back and landed because you said that you didn't like the spot. I can't walk. I can't do that. Because I'm not in the same spot. It's going to come back to where we was when we're not here. So I don't want to do that. No, it's cool.
saved my mental health at that moment. Was that this morning?
This will be my second. Just make sure my connection is right.
Fine happening now. Next position. Check it out. Next purpose sharing session happening right now.
Just saying, start.
And my grandma.
It's just saying,
Hi there.
It just said
12th and Pine.
Oh, wow.
Connect to purpose sharing session happening right now. Would love to have you.
Okay, thank you. We'll be right over.
Awesome. Thank you.
Oh, is it almost 2 already? What time is it?
12th and Pine. Connect to purpose happening now.
all right, now it says ready. Now we're going to go.
You want to go?
I'm going to just use my camera for now. So, I'll catch you. Don't worry. All right. All right.
Yeah, I can't wear for sure.
We're going to walk over there to that class.
I'm sorry, I'll stop working on that.
That's what they was trying to hoist up last night. They were trying to hook it up. Trying to hook the chain up. They said they needed 100 people. I'm like,
Didn't need that many, but they wanted to be careful. I guess they want to put it right here. Front of the door. And if you want to talk to the guys that did it, it's that white tent over there.
okay, all right. Thank you, sir.
You betcha.
Where that class at we was going to go to? I don't have the last mics today.
pork and pie.
Okay. This is a little dog channel. Like everybody got a little dog.
Another one bites the dust, huh?
There's speakers up on 12 if you're interested. You got it. You're welcome. Also, food's up there.
Gotcha. That was that one love. Yeah, that's a good message.
She was gonna go in the shade.
Shirts and masks, guys.
Oh, right here.
No doubt, no doubt.
T-shirts and masks here, guys.
Of the leadership around you.
Okay, so anyway, I just wanted to say that I came out yesterday and I really didn't have a apparatus to use, and I didn't really want to wear my voice out. So maybe you can get one of those $1 million sound systems going out here. Shout out to Macklemore. Hornish. Okay, yeah. I mean, let's just be real about it. It takes a lot for us to exert ourselves to be able to speak to a large crowd. We want to be able to wake up all the little rats and roaches too that might be out here at said time. So what I wanted to say was that yesterday was Maria Can't Do So Well's day, and Scary Murray and what's that other one? Oh, Pramila the Killer and Mosqueda the Hater. And the reason why I said about Pramila is that I've been to her office, and when I talked to Roman, I asked him specifically before George Floyd was even murdered. I said to them, I said, what are you going to do on the federal level about the police harassing us and profiling us? And he told me, I'm going to tell you right now, go talk to Tammy Morales at the city council. Now here she is federal, and they must yield to the federal constitution. I'm talking about state and local government. So why would she send me over there to talk to Tammy Morales? This is what they tell black people, as if we're so ignorant to the truth and how they try to twist things. So I said, well, what? Then George Floyd got killed, and I said, where is she now? Then she talked about some justice in policing. I'm talking about Pramila now. So I'm telling you about all the rest of them, like they try to run from the situation and they never deal with the situation head on. And I'm talking about Oleo too, because that's oversight for King County. I got a call from them the other day. What you want to do? Oh, we want a resolution with you, Queen, and stuff. Yeah, I see. Yeah, what? Because you tired of harassing me? No, I'm talking about when they say liberty and justice for all. That's what I'm talking about. But you gonna put me at the front. You're gonna put me at the front seat, just like Rosa Parks put to the front seat. And back in her day, she said, no, get back for what? You hear what I'm saying? And now here we are. They charged this dude in Atlanta for killing Rayshard Brooks. And I'm wondering, okay, so and I've seen a whole lot of stuff on YouTube and Facebook of 10-year-old boys that they were beating up. And I said, oh, no, we can't be having this. What is it that a 10-year-old boy, well, yes, some children can do some damage. But I'm talking about at that time when I was studying the video, he wasn't doing nothing. Not much. Just like Rayshard Brooks, down south, they say, yes, ma'am, yes, sir, all that. All the way to his death. Something's wrong with that. That's against humanity to sit up there and work a person up and harass them to the point where you can put a bullet in them. Come on now. And somebody ought to be ready to struggle and fight for that kind of mess that they're seeing around here. And Carmen Bess, I call her Carmen Worse, she's not no different. She's sitting up there like a puppet on a string. You're talking about all the stuff that she gonna do. It's too late for that. We're on the cusp of something in society that should have happened a long time ago. How many folks got to be out there, like I said, going to court? Okay, we're gonna charge them with the murder. But how many of them really get the death penalty the way they gave us death? Huh? It's time out for that bogus mess. And so don't be up in this crowd. And you around here talking about Black Lives Matter, and then when you get through tossing that from pillar to post, you'll come up with something else. We're tired of all these slogans and stuff. We just want our freedom. We want our total freedom. I don't know why that man said, give me liberty or give me death. He didn't even look like me. But something must have been going on even in his time that he had enough nerve to say, give me liberty or give me death.
Yeah.
All right, you can have it.
nobody's special here, but I'm here to try to make movement. Now, I'm not good at it, but at least I'm trying, okay? I might have a little messed up in my head, but at least I'm trying. And so, I'm trying to lead a march towards the West Police Intercept at 7 o'clock tonight.
Why?
Because
What's the purpose?
the purpose is to march that way towards to make a point besides staying here and not do anything.
What are you doing for people's safety?
We have all that being worked out over time. We've been working that out. Daily. So right now we have camera people filming that, and we have bikes. We're gonna try to get more bikes today, and we're gonna have more people. And our goal is to,
Are you working with any group?
No, I'm working by myself. To be honest, I don't really associate with any group. Yes, in the past I have wandered around groups, but I'm not with them. I'm with my own movement.
All right.
Go ahead. Finish. I interrupted. Yeah, finish. Address the people. I just have questions. I'm listening. I just have questions.
Like I said, I'm not all the way up there. I have mental problems, okay? So, I mean, don't put me on blast like that, please. I'm trying my best. I'm trying to be out here like you guys are. You guys are out here like
You got the megaphone. You got the power right now.
All I said is that we're gonna be moving to the West Police at 7 p.m. We're gonna go down and we're gonna walk right back here afterwards.
Cool.
How we doing?
Yeah, you gotta talk to me about it.
How we doing? Everybody doing well? Doing well? Surviving and thriving? Do you guys feel like we're surviving and thriving?
Yeah. We're here.
We're here.
Really good question.
All right. If you are a part of this movement, Black Lives Matter movement, and you feel that you are willing to support, how many of you guys are willing to give me $1 right now? I am a black business owner.
Hey, I'll give you $1.
All right. What I want to teach you guys with that $1 that you're going to give me is throughout this process, as you guys live and grow up and have kids and have a great life and whatever, I want you guys to continue to contribute to black-owned businesses and black nonprofit organizations that work to help black lives better.
Thank you. Tell us something about, who are you?
Yeah, I'm talking.
I'm not saying don't give a money, but question everything. Why are you doing
All right, so I am
Get your hat out. You're gonna
Dat.
have a lot of donations.
My name is Dat Maxwell Washington. I go by an alias because what we're dealing with in this world is a lot of ops. You guys know what ops are? Opposition that will try to take your life if you are trying to start a movement. So I go by Dat Maxwell Washington. You can find me on LinkedIn as well as my website, followtwice.com. What is it? Followtwice.com.
And what are you trying to do here?
And what am I trying to do? I am trying to start a movement where we, as people, give to black-owned businesses throughout our life and support those endeavors of black-owned businesses.
Are you going to be supporting black businesses in King County or just your own?
What I do by supporting black businesses, I educate black businesses.
Hey.
I have 2 degrees, 1 bachelor's, 1 master's, and I think I'm pretty smart, and I turn my knowledge into a business. Thank you guys for supporting a black-owned business in Seattle. Again, what I want you guys to do for the rest of your lives, by supporting Black Lives Matter, you will be supporting black-owned businesses, $50, $500 if you got that big bank throughout your life. That's how you help Black Lives Matter. I don't know what's going on here. Followtwice.com.
Can I get your card?
Yep, I got a business card for you.
All right.
Thank you guys so much. Again, I've been here not since day one, but I'm here for people. So again, Dat Maxwell Washington. You guys will not know my full name.
All right, y'all. I checked in with Jaden and the other organizers, and I'm going to take a minute to address something that is underlying in all of this. But first, I want to start with acknowledging that we are all standing on occupied Salish land right now. Second, I want to acknowledge the Black culture that is so rich in Seattle because of the Central District right over there, which was racially redlined until the 1980s, and then gentrified by white people coming in and pushing them out of the only community they were legally allowed to live in this city. And finally, I want to say that we are on revolutionary ground here. This is hallowed. We are in a space where LGBTQ people claimed this land for their own, this community, and we are developing something new that shows the solidarity between all marginalized people. Now, I'm not as good as Jaden is at just speaking off the cuff, so I'm going to go through a couple of my notes here. I asked her if it was okay to speak, and that is first and foremost what white people must always do in these spaces. I then checked in with every other Black sister out here to make sure I was not disrespecting their space or time. I'm going to dive into today's subject matter, and it's going to piss a lot of you white people off, and I don't give a fuck. All white people are racist. Period. All white people are racist. And why? And why is that? Why is that?
Racist culture.
Because white supremacy pervades every single thing we do. And we're going to do a little bit of unpacking of that. Can I get a show of hands? Who has explored the concept of intersectionality here? Good, good. That's more people than I thought. Okay, let me get to my next. So intersectionality, as defined by Kimberly Crenshaw in 1989, a Black intersectional feminist theorist, the very first one. She introduces a concept that when you think about a woman's blackness, you must think about that as intersecting with one another. So I'm going to read the exact definition here for you all. Intersectionality is the interconnected nature of social categorizations such as race, class, and gender as they apply to given individuals or groups, regarded as creating overlapping and independent systems of discrimination as disadvantages. Now, can everybody acknowledge that we see that among even our fellow people standing here today?
Yes.
Great. Next, I want to introduce Marilyn Frye's The Birdcage Theory, which is probably the easiest way for you to take this message home to your white people. Marilyn Frye introduced the birdcage theory, which explains that no bird was ever held in a cage by a single bar. So when you think about birds trying to be free, you have to look at all the bars keeping them in that cage. So we need to look at poverty. We need to look at access to mental health resources. We need to look at how much funding is going into the public schools that these children are being raised in. All of these are factors. Okay, I'm gonna get to this. Okay. Now the next thing we're gonna do, and I encourage everyone to participate, but I only expect white people to. Peggy McIntosh created a social justice tool that's perfect for scenarios like this. It's called Unpacking the Invisible Knapsack. And the invisible knapsack is a series of privileges that white people, myself, a anti-racist but racist by default, carry with me every single day. So I'm going to go through all of these with you. And if you are a person who experiences this or does not agree, I want you to sit down. Okay, I'm going to say that one more time. If you can say that you disagree with this statement,
I want you to sit down. First one. I can, if I wish, arrange to be in the company of people of my race most of the time. I can, if I wish, arrange to be in the company of people of my race most of the time. White people, if you sit down, you got it wrong. I can avoid spending time with people whom I was trained to mistrust and who have learned to mistrust my kind or me. 3, if I should need to move, I know I can be pretty sure of renting, purchasing, or obtaining housing in an area which I can afford and which I would want to live. 4, I can be pretty sure that my neighbors in such a location will be neutral or pleasant to me. 5, I know I can go shopping alone most of the time, pretty well assured that I will not be followed or harassed by anyone. I can turn on the television or open the front page of the paper and see people of my race widely represented every single day. I can turn, when I am told about our national heritage or about civilization, I am shown that people of my color made it what it is. I can be sure that my children will be given curricular materials that testify to the existence of their race. I can also be casual about whether or not I listen to another person's voice in a group in which he or she is a representative of their race. I can go into a supermarket and find staple foods which fit with my cultural traditions, or into a hairdresser's shop where they know how to cut my hair. Whether I use checks, credit cards, or cash, I can count on my skin color to not work against my financial reliability. Now again, when I'm saying these things, this is what your black and brown siblings are experiencing constantly. Keep that in your mind as I'm reading them. I can arrange to protect my children most of the time from the people who might not like them. I do not have to educate my children to be aware of systemic racism for their own daily physical protection. I can swear or dress in secondhand clothes or not answer letters without having people attribute these choices to bad morals, poverty, or illiteracy of my race. I can speak in public to a powerful male group without putting my race on trial. I can do well in challenging situations without being called a credit to my race. I am never asked to speak for all people of my racial group, but I am speaking for all of us now when I say we are all inherently racist.
Goddamn right.
Yep.
I can remain oblivious of the language and customs of people of color who constitute the world's majority without feeling my culture is a penalty to them. I can criticize our government and talk about how much I fear its policies and behavior without being seen as a cultural outsider. I can be pretty sure that if I ask to talk to the person in charge, I will be talking to a white person. If a traffic cop pulls me over, if the IRS audits my tax return, I can be sure I haven't been singled out because of my race. I can easily buy posters, postcards, pictures, books, greetings cards, dolls, toys, and children's magazines featuring people of my race. That should make us all so angry that there are little children who have no idea what their communities look like outside of their neighborhood because there is nothing that they can go to at Fred Meyer's and Target and pick up that looks like them. Shame on us for allowing that to happen. I'm gonna get to that one. I can go home from most meetings of organizations I belong to feeling somewhat tied in rather than isolated, out of place, outnumbered, unheard, held at a distance, or feared. I can be pretty sure that an argument with a colleague of another race is more likely to jeopardize his or her chances for advancement rather than jeopardize mine. I can be pretty sure that if I argue for the promotion of a person of another race or a program centering on race, this is not likely to cost me heavily within my present setting,
even if my colleagues disagree with me. If I declare there is a racial issue at hand, or there isn't a racial issue at hand, my race will lend me more credibility for either position than a person of color will have. I can choose to ignore developments in minority writing and minority activist groups, or disparage them or learn from them. But in any case, I can find ways to be more or less protected from negative consequences of these choices. My culture gives me little fear about ignoring the perspectives and powers of people of other races. I am not made acutely aware that my shape, bearing, or body odor will be taken as a reflection of my race. I can worry about racism without being seen as self-interested or self-seeking. I can take a job with an affirmative action employer without having my coworkers on the job suspect that I got it because of my race. If my day or week or year is going badly, I not ask of each negative episode or situation whether it had racial overtones. I can be pretty sure of finding people who would be willing to talk with me and advise me about my next steps professionally. I can think over many options, social, political, imaginative, or professional, without asking whether a person of my race would be accepted or allowed to do what I want to do. I can be late to a meeting without having the lateness reflect on my race. I can choose public accommodation without fearing that people of my race cannot get in or will be mistreated in the places I have chosen. I can be sure that if I need legal or medical help, my race will not work against me. I can arrange my activities so that I will never have to experience feelings of rejection owing to my race. If I have a low credibility as a leader, I can be sure that my race is not the problem. I can easily find academic courses and institutions which give attention only to people of my race. I can expect figurative language and imagery in all of the arts to testify to experiences of my race. I can choose blemish covers or bandages and flesh and have them all more or less match my skin. I can travel alone with my spouse without expecting embarrassment or hostility in those who deal with us. I have no difficulty finding neighborhoods where people approve of my household. My children are given texts and classes which implicitly support our kind of family unit and do not turn them against my choices of domestic partnership. I will feel welcomed and normal in the usual walks of public life, institutional and social. Now I see that most of you are still standing up. That's because Seattle is 58.9% white. On indigenous land, sacred indigenous land, there is less than 1% Native American people here. Shame on us. Shame on us for pushing out 6.9% of this community from the only places they were allowed to be. Shame on all of us. Now, I've spoken a lot, and really all I want you to take away from this is go home and have conversations with your white parents, with your white grandparents, and your white aunts and uncles, and your white children, and talk about the reality that you are inherently racist. And the effort of being anti-racist is a lifelong commitment, or until we eradicate white supremacy entirely. I'm going to leave everybody with a quote from one of my favorite people of all time, and if you don't know who they are, you should look them up. Audre Lorde. There is no such thing as a single issue struggle because we do not live single issue lives. Thank you. You guys hear me? Yes. You guys hear me? Yes. You guys hear me? Yes. Okay, get a little louder for you guys. So, first of all, anybody here can speak to my work as accountability? Anybody that's here? Anybody that's here that can speak to my accountability? Anybody? Unfortunately.
Wait, say that one more time.
Anybody that can speak to my accountability, because I don't want to go through a long story who I am.
We're here to listen.
Is Ed here? Well, anyway, so let me give you who I am, I guess. My name is G'day, and I'm African-born, came to live here, and I also go by an alias named Dee Dee for many reasons. How I got started was 2001, 2002, close to my senior year. I don't know if any of you remember, old enough to remember, or were here to remember Aaron Roberts' killing on 23rd Union.
Yes.
So when Aaron Roberts got killed, wasn't even a block away when he got murdered for apparently speeding right in front of Earl's, well, the old Earl's barbershop. At that moment, you know, I didn't know anything. But I followed my first human instinct. My first human instinct is we got fresh blood on the street, and we continue to let business as usual go. I cannot do that. Even if I have to be me and by myself, I cannot do that. So I took a trash can and stood in the middle of the street and stopped in front of a semi-truck, face to face. Not quite out of high school. And I don't really like to be in public settings. I really don't like to speak. But I think this is paramount to Black lives in general to talk about this. And then after that follow, of course, you know, the Occupy came. And during Occupy, where it went, divide and conquer, experienced that whole process. My kids was little, in diapers, in strollers, rolling downtown Seattle. My work has been endlessly around foreclosure, the new Julie, $210 million spent on incarcerating babies. But Rainier Beach High School, majority black school, has not even enough funding, no STEM programs, none of that. So we gather people and say, hey, we need a lawsuit because the city licenses its own citizens. And citizens paying for that. And most of the African-American homeowners was getting evicted because what was happening?
Gentrification.
Gentrification and tax was going because that's what how was going to get paid.
Yep.
Right?
Right.
So in mini spectrum, just giving you guys a little bit for accountability piece. I don't want to talk about myself, but I've been doing this work for quite some time. From incarceration to immigration to housing, I've been involved. And I've also been burnt out, and I stopped. Especially during Occupy. And when Black Lives Matter came about, of course it was time. Of course it was time. But it was confusion. It was confusion because we didn't know who was funding what. And I like to do my research first and foremost before I get involved in anything. But that also turned me off to stand back. Because I don't know how many of y'all done your homework around where that funding is going. But I love the fucking the purpose that we fight for humanity. We stand into constitutions that they are rejecting, that they don't even honor their own constitutions. We're fighting for, we're the patriots. Yes. We're the ones that's standing up and fighting for every human life that matters, while they are denying our humanity.
Yes.
So because of that, I stepped back, and also with many other things, I tend to not speak a lot anymore. I feel like I've spoken enough already.
I think that should change. I think you should speak more. I think your voice should be heard.
I honor that, and I thank you. But I also know that I haven't been in this space that much, so I also have to be humility and step back a little bit because there's other leaders, there's other brilliant young leaders out here that also need to be heard.
There's some right there. They need to be heard.
So I just wanted to say that piece. My stepdaughter right here. Many young, beautiful people here that need to step up to the leadership, that need to speak. They need to be heard. Yes. So it's okay to step back sometimes because that speaks of leadership. Not that I consider myself any leader. I just do the work. I don't like organization because they stand in the divide and conquer. So don't forget, while we are facing many tactics of division, do not forget we are fighting for humanity. Yes. We say defund the police, but it's every fucking institution. That's fucking right. Every fucking institution. Every last one of these institutions that keep racism alive. Racism alive. And some of us are here. When we go back to our jobs, are you going to be part of that institution that keep it alive? No. Are you sure? Yes. Let me tell you my little incident I had yesterday. I had an abscess tooth. And I had to go get, I had a swollen face, I still do. I had a swollen face and I was in agony pain. Made an emergency appointment, I go in with an appointment and I'm making a point to this story. I go in with an appointment. As I went in to do the process, I did my paperwork and due to COVID-19, you gotta step out and come back. When's your call? Go to your car, fine. You know, continue the procedure. As I came in, did my paper filling out. I was standing in line. I want to call Miss Karen out and Amy out. Yep. Miss Karen decided not to help me. Miss Karen and Miss Amy decided not to help me. Yet a white gentleman that was behind me was helped. Well, what do you think I said? What do you think I said? Why the fuck, well, without the fuck, excuse me, why did you help him and pass me and you didn't ask me for help? She didn't like that. That was challenging. And I said, matter of fact, since she was very disrespectful of me, I do not want to speak to you, so let somebody else help me. Okay. Because at this point, I'm pissed. Yeah. So, she threatened to call the police on me. Oh my God. Hell no. Guess what happened? The police came. The manager was busy. This is our every fucking day. Every black child, man, whatever you want to call it, every
Not right now.
people of color is facing. Every day. And it's not just the police.
Yeah, I know you were calling for that.
It's not just the police. It's institutions that keep racism alive. Those institutions keep this racism alive. Yes. From 1600 to 2020, we still talking about racism. We're still talking about the very foundation of humanity that themselves violated daily on our lives, daily on our children and our men. It's an agony to humanity. So don't get divided. Don't get confused. Don't get lost. This must end. Absolutely. This must end. This must end in every way possible. Don't get a little man. Don't get hit by your little soldiers, by just politicians, because racism is worldwide. It's not just in Seattle. Yeah. So I say to you, let's stay focused. Let's stay and be committed to racism. Thank you very much. Hey everybody. My name is Ray. This is Sarah. We're with the Black Girl Commune. All right. Yes. And I just wanted to read something from my diary actually just to start us off. I wrote this the other day after coming back to Chaz. I've been here almost every fucking day. She's been here with me because we have to stick together because nobody.
Just a public service announcement. If you see or hear a woman of color speaking, I need you to be listening. If you are not listening, I need you to be handling a situation that is imminently threatful. If not, you need to be watching for the next imminently threatful situation. If there is a black woman or a woman of color speaking, too many voices talking over this woman of color.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now that actually leads me to exactly why I'm here. Me and Sarah, we stick together because nobody takes care of black women and femme except for black women and femme. And we need that to change. We need that to change right now. And so this is why I want to read something from my journal entry. This is a black movement for the protection of black bodies. Thus, it must also be an anti-capitalist revolution. But that does not mean it ceases to be a movement that protects black people.
That's right.
It continues to protect black bodies.
Yes.
Am I understood?
Yes.
All right. Okay, that's enough with my stomach voice. I just wanted to come here and say two things. I actually didn't prepare nothing, but I just wanted to say that we are from the Black Girl Commune. And if you are a black woman or femme, we have a meeting tomorrow at Volunteer Park, and we also have a Zoom link. Please come. It's a safe space for us and only us to discuss our needs, to come together and pool our resources so we can control the narrative of this movement that we built with our bare hands. All right, so on Instagram, we are at Black Girl Commune. Feel free to follow. And we have a meeting tomorrow, 1 p.m., right? 1 p.m., Sarah's gonna be talking. She's an amazing voice and she deserves to be heard, so please be there. All right, the other thing I wanted to talk about, let me pull my phone out. I'm also with another org called the Mutual Aid Network, and it basically lifts up the voices. It's a mutual aid network. It's kind of like COVID-19 mutual aid, but it's run by predominantly young people in the light of the Black Lives Matter movement. It is organized by black and indigenous and brown people, and it is a very large network, and we decided that the youth have some voice in this. And in addition to Nikita's in addition to the 3 demands of the Defund SPD Coalition, we wanted to address some new things that we want to add, because that's not enough. We need more. So our first demand, let's clap for that. Let's clap for that. We need more.
Yeah, we do.
We need fucking more. So as we move forward with Chaz, we have four demands. We have 4 demands that we came up with it's still a work in progress, so feel free to contribute in any way. But our first demand is we demand healing for BIPOC, black and indigenous people of color, that is protected, well-funded, and designated spaces at Chaz for black and indigenous people only to unpack, share, and heal. You know what happens when BIPOC people collect? It is bait for the police. So we need a protected space, safe space for us to unpack the trauma that we carry from our ancestors, that we carry from our own lives, and that we carry from the last 20 days. The second demand is we demand an education center that centers around BIPOC history and BIPOC voices. Books. Let's clap for that. Let's clap for that. We want books. We want books. Not just white fragility. We want Angela Davis, the Asada biography. We want fucking James Baldwin. We want all of that up in this shit. We also want art supplies for BIPOC young artists. Sarah here is a young artist. We people need supplies for our art so that we can create spaces like this. And so this is a side note. I see a lot of the art being done and it's beautiful, but I just want to make an extra point to make sure that y'all are making space for black and indigenous people to be making art here, because I see a lot of these murals and they're not done by black people or indigenous people. So let's just make sure. I know y'all are probably very talented artists, but it's time for black people to have their voice and indigenous people as well. We want beam printing, a space, a physical space. We need a physical space for this education to happen. Reading circles, everything, we want that. The third demand, we demand harm reduction services. This city has failed to address the opioid epidemic. This city has failed to build
long-lasting, safe injection sites. And we want harm reduction services and initiatives and facilities that our city has failed to provide for the population here that feels safe now at Chaz. We need that. We need that, and we need them to prioritize BIPOC people. Yes, I'm taking what they said. Our fourth demand is we demand support for our houseless neighbors. Seattle has been in the throes of a housing crisis for years. Homelessness is created by capitalism, and in the context of the United States, capitalism is inextricably intertwined with anti-blackness and ongoing settler colonialism.
Absolutely!
Houseless BIPOC are the most threatened by the violence of policing, both here and in this entire country. Resources in Chaz must also be shared with the houseless community, and we need funding from the city. We need money, we need resources, because we can't do it on our own. And the last thing is, these are all in addition to the defund SPD things, so as you occupy the space in Chaz, keep those initiatives in mind. Yes, it is a space for healing. Yes, it is a space for fun. Yes, we must sing, we must dance, we must be present, but we also need to have our goals in mind. And I know a lot of you don't have your goals in mind. I know a lot of you come here for free food. So I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. I want to see you all here to stand either as an ally or as a person of color here today, okay? All right. Sorry, that was a little bit of a chaotic rant. I was not prepared.
You killed it.
Thank you. I appreciate the validation. Now, today, and I know another person said this as well, but we are prioritizing BIPOC voices. So it is your duty to listen. All right, thank you so much. Black Girl Commune, we out. So, show us up, show us some love. All right,
So I asked you about well, let me just use it for a minute. I'm not talking nearly as long as you talk for a minute.
Nearly 60 years passed. King Dream free at last. Yet and still against King's will, 400 years and oceans of tears. We tilled your soil and picked your fields. We built your cars and milled the steel. We danced and sang, enriched your lives. At every turn, we felt your knives. We fought in wars, defending rights we were never given. With all we've done to make things better, we're just barely living. Today, we grieve the void of a black human being, George Floyd, whose fatal sin was his dark skin. Same old story, again and again. His life taken by those sworn to protect and serve. A travesty no family should expect nor deserve. With a lack of empathy and no hint of sympathy, Mr. Floyd's life was snuffed out and taken in an evil blur as he cried for his mama and called his killers sir. We must stay strong and get along to build a better land. If we remain divided and hate each other, our nation will not stand.
Would you like to announce the march that you're doing? All right.
One announcement.
Introduce yourself. You just press this little button. Talk to her, please.
Hi, my name is Tati. Hi. Hi, my name is Tati. I some other POC and Black women are organizing a march down to the West Loop Basin. The first one is going to be next Tuesday on the 23rd. We had already marched down there, but we didn't have enough people, so we're just gathering people and bikers and first aid. So if any of you guys would like to join, we would appreciate it. And it's led by women. Chaz is nice and it's beautiful, but we need to keep moving and get demands met, so we're going to continue.
What time and where?
Sorry, I'm shy. It's on Tuesday, the 23rd at 7 o'clock, and we'll be meeting down in the field.
Okay.
And that's Tuesday, the 23rd.
Do you have any social media we can share for you?
I do. We're putting a flyer out, but my Instagram is Tati.
Okay.
That's Tatii. Last name Swan, so Tati Swan, SWAN. And I'll share it again today. I've been sharing it every day. And if you know any bikers that can help us or first aid, just in case anything goes down, we would appreciate it.
I'm a little nervous.
Speak your truth.
We got you. I'd like to speak to white people at this moment. And we have told each other in amongst ourselves that we are not meant to be influential at this time. When it is imperative that we are more than imperative that we are influential. And that means very specifically not in voice, not in creating art, not in creating a narrative, but to find places for activism, to find places to fit into this movement and coordinate and listen to Black voices and make informed decisions about how we respond to situations. We need to be able to respond to situations with an informed narrative, and that means listening to Black people. And networking with Black people, calling out to them as much as they will allow, and networking with them and finding out what the next call to action is. And so we are meant to be influential in this movement. It is our responsibility to take on racism. It is our responsibility to take on injustice in a system where we have a disproportionate amount of power. So it is also important for us not to co-opt this movement and not to decide what we want from it. It does not matter what we want from it. So find a way to be influential. Find a way to be influential that supports the narrative that Black women and Black men have decided. Thank you.
Hi.
Yeah, but you have to keep pressing it and talking directly into that hole, like loud.
Into this.
Oh no, just press this button. And then you have to, this is like a little microphone area.
Hi. My name is Bridget Washington, and I am a local caterer. And I'm out here with my friend Tony Warren. We came out yesterday. And the reason we came out yesterday is because there's been conversation in the Black community, especially with certain leadership, about exactly what's going on here, and has this message hijacked what they're trying to do. So I wanted to come out and talk to you, but before I did that, I wanted to come see for myself. When we came yesterday...
Do you mind if I film you?
No.
Okay.
Just get my good side. So we came out yesterday, and I'm going to tell you that I really loved what I saw. What I saw was conversations in the park of different groups. And I was sharing with Tony that I'm not exactly sure what's going to change right here, but I'm anticipating that those conversations go back to your family's homes dinner.
Yes, exactly.
That you go back to your office, you go back to your social groups, and you talk about just what you saw. Not my voice, not my children, but what you experienced here. But what I also would ask is that let's not lose sight of the fact that this is Black Lives Matter.
Yes.
As a mother of 2 sons, I have a 25-year-old and a 30-year-old. You will never understand my tears. I appreciate your help. I appreciate your ears, but you will never understand when I call my son and he doesn't answer. And the first thing I think about is, where is he? So again, I appreciate your help, but do not lose sight of the fact that this is my Black life that matters.
Right.
So, as you are out here, and the easiest way that I have been able to explain this to people that aren't here, it's a kumbaya kind of situation. As you are out here, I want you to, well, I know that you guys have taken over the precinct in this area. You have to find a way to work with the government, the police, the community. Because let's be honest, they're here because we either didn't vote or we didn't vote with our mind. Period. None of them assumed positions that we did not allow. Right. So as November comes, I'm going to continue to shout, vote, vote, and vote. Not only vote, but take your behind up there to the meetings, get involved in the committees, and make your voice heard through their entire candidacy, through their entire election, until once they get in their post, and remind them what they told you that they were going to do, and remind them that if they don't do it, they won't be here in the next election. Right. So I'm asking you, as you guys are out here, don't shut the door on conversation. There are some amazing people in government. There are some bad people. But there are amazing people in our families, and there are some bad people. So we can manage to work with them. I'm just asking that we work with them as well, because there's work to be done. This police station has to come back, but it has to come back differently. And you have a voice. But in your fight, don't make yourself so unreasonable that you cannot listen. I understand you're mad, I'm mad. I'm probably madder than any of you.
Yeah, okay.
But you have to listen. And you have to make your demands, and you have to stay there with them to ensure that they will happen. I appreciate you guys so much. I really do.
Tell me your name one more time.
Bridget Washington.
How can I find it? Do you want anyone? Can I post this to Instagram? Do you care?
I don't care at all.
Are you on Instagram?
How can we support your catering business?
Yeah, can you? Yeah, yes.
The catering company is With Style Catering, WITH Style Catering. I'm not out here for that, but if you can go there and if you want to talk to me, because I am determined to be out wherever the conversation is. Police reform needs to happen, period. The government needs to happen, but all of that starts with your vote. All of that starts with your vote, and every conversation you have, end it with, have a good day, vote. How's your mom? Vote. What are we eating for dinner? Vote. Every conversation should end with voting. Please understand that is what's going to solve these problems. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Bridget.
Are there any other Black women specifically that would like to speak? Are there any Black women specifically that would like to speak?
Okay, would you like to speak? Yeah, go ahead. Just talk directly into the phone.
People, be careful how you treat your fellow man. This person next
You gotta
to you.
be as loud as possible.
The person.
Fact that black people are often ignored until they are dead. In Seattle, we have a large black homeless population. There are a lot of people suffering on the streets that we walk by every day without bothering to find out who they are, why they're there. I understand that just saying hello to people on the street can be really scary. However, if you do not bother to take the time to speak to people that look different from you, come from different backgrounds, different demographics, different generations, you will not be able to truly understand the humanity in people that look different from you. Fuck the Seattle Freeze. Speak to each other. Make eye contact. Ask each other questions. Assess character. Do not be afraid of each other. However, be alert. People have bad and good intentions that you have to assess for yourself. Question your own systemic racism. Question your own perceptions. You have been socialized. You have been educated in a system that is completely fucked. Your textbooks did not tell you the truth. Your news media often does not tell you the truth. Re-educate yourself. Reorient yourself.
Thank you, Chaz!
If you have donations for the man who just spoke, I'm pretty sure you're gonna see him around.
If a black person is speaking, you need to be listening. If a black person is not speaking, you need to ask them how they feel. You need to ask them what they want. You need to ask them their name. You need to know who they are.
What's your name?
My name is Hobbs, like the tiger. You need to ask them their name, you need to know who they are, and you need to examine the ways that you separate yourself from black people. You need to examine the ways that you ignore black people. You need to examine the excuses that you make not to invite them to the cookout, not to sit at their table. That's all I have to say.
Not only do black lives matter, black lives matter. All lives matter. All lives matter. Every life matters. Remember that.
And the default of not speaking is a good thing. Yeah, there's usually so many black people that want to speak about the time it's my friend. Yeah, that's great. That's a good problem to have these days. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I know that there's bottles everywhere.
Yeah, that's right. Awesome. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's great.
Really? Yeah, that's a great. I mean, it's kind of my alias. My name on like Facebook is Sarah Noya, like a paranoia. Like my name is Sarah.
I know mine too.
Yeah, I like it.
I know mine
You as well.
So are we taking these lightly things off? Basically, they're there for cops to hide behind and shoot between.
I think once they are moved, they will maybe be useful too for us to hide behind, or they're not bad. So I think, I know that someone's actively trying to move them, so maybe speak to them as well. When you see,
I know
when you see a Fort
concrete thing is great. The raised is high up. It's the perfect shield for them shooting.
Same with us. Same for us.
Like a ton of guns. Yeah, we don't have any rubber bullets.
Yeah.
And these won't stop
I
real
don't have an
bullets.
Instagram. I have a Twitter and I have a Facebook. My Twitter is snail closer.
Hello, nice to meet you.
What kind of cameras are you guys using?
Sony Action Cam.
I was wondering, I was like, are they together?
Yeah, we're together.
Yeah, we together. Yes, ma'am.
Wait, are you sure you
Yeah.
didn't? I thought I saw you here at 2:30, around 2:30 when
We've been here for most of the time. Because you were standing next to me a couple times.
Yeah. Yeah, can I exchange information?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
you can check out. In fact, I want you to check out what
We're
we
trying
doing,
as
what we doing right
as
now.
a group of hi.
He's with us as well.
As a group of black
Sorry.
women, I know that we've kind of been talking about only talking to black-owned press or dealing with like black-owned media. Megaphone.
This how the stream look. It's got a part in the delay, but this how the stream look.
Oh, word.
You know what I mean? And I give the link so that way you could, you know what I mean, you can check it out.
Sarah.
But yeah, we together, so it's all good. Give it
Sweet.
to her, you give it to me. It's all.
And what are you called again?
Oh, the name of our company is called LaSar Media. Like I
LaSar
said,
Media.
Yeah, LaSar, Lesar.
LaSar.
Okay. And like I said, we out
Got
of
it.
New York.
I'm gonna screenshot it so
We
I
out
don't
of New
forget
York.
you.
And we just came out here to get the truth.
Oh man.
We was in
I
Minneapolis
can
as
point you
well.
in the right directions. Are you already pointed in the right directions? Did you come from your own accord, or did someone from Seattle like contact you?
No man, we came out here on the strength of ourselves.
Interesting.
You know what I mean? Like I said, we just wanted to get the truth. Because the big boys not reporting it. Because
Yeah,
they're
not-
telling
it's
the
not the
truth.
same.
They made it seem like it's the purge out here.
Like it's the purge?
Word up, that's how they reporting it.
What do you mean?
Like that movie, The Purge, you know. people
I haven't
get-
seen it.
Oh wow.
How would you describe it? It's like the world apocalypse.
Like the apocalypse?
No, it's like.
Have you
it's
guys
like-
filmed the community
it's like-
garden?
It's like one day.
You haven't? Can I walk you around?
Yeah,
Okay.
It's
okay.
one. It's
supposed to be the land of black warlords.
It's one day.
That's funny.
It's one day, and they take it, and for the 24 hours they kill people and knock them off.
Yeah, that's messy as fuck. I just left it there. That's
Oh
so
wow!
messy.
I didn't see you get it.
Okay. Yeah, walk around with me. Come check out the community gardens. Please film this. You still have battery?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We can rock to the. We can rock till we.
Yeah, let's do
we
it
can
right
rock
now.
all night if you
Let's do it
want.
right now before like anyone fucking walks up to me and asks me one goddamn question.
Okay. All right. You ready?
One-handed. Got skills.
So that's what this was started by Black Mary.
Yeah, just straight. The way it is. Either way. Thank you so much.
Not narrate, we'll show you like little things that isn't probably being reported on by
Not at
media.
all.
If you're saying that they're saying it's like apocalyptic.
Basically saying that,
Do you mind putting this in?
out here an hour.
No, come here.
You want to stay with an E? All right, you stay with an E.
How far down have y'all been? Like, have you walked around the park?
Hey, I'm gonna take a second and talk to people. I will totally come back and talk to you. Thank you so much.
Where's my phone?
I got it in my pocket. You gave it to me.
Oh my god, this is like the first hot day we've had.
Okay, all right, all right. Miss Sarah, you from out here?
No, I moved here about 5.5 years ago
From where?
from Los Angeles.
From LA? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, all right.
But I grew up mostly in a really small town in Texas. But I was born in France, and my dad's French, but my mom's African, from a country called Mozambique.
Oh wow. Okay. All right. So you really
And spent a lot of time in California in my adult life. Probably, yeah, it's still, I consider myself Californian and Texan before. I'm not Seattleite by any means, but I've lived here, yeah.
Okay.
So all this art, you know, has come up, has been done in the past. Have you seen the Black Lives Matter letters? No, you haven't seen anything. Yeah, it's just, there's a lot of beautiful imagery. Which, you seen this memorial?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And then, yeah, the community garden's like all the way in the back.
Deep trauma for getting all that.
Yeah, just do the best you can.
Could be anybody. Just because he's wearing a suit don't mean shit.
That's what I'm saying. Girl, look, I'm questioning everything. You know what I'm saying? So.
Never watched that to me all serious, like I should have to be like,
I saw that guy.
I don't know. I hear you, but also I don't know. It's more fun. I love suits. I love suits, but I'm also like so conscious. Ooh, speakers.
Can you slow down for me?
Oh yeah.
My guy in the chair. Maybe, but okay.
Huh?
Okay, Rob. Thank you. No, I'm talking to my guy in the chair. Basically, I got a guy who's changing cameras between my camera and her camera.
Oh.
So he calls me and lets me know, like, can you pan left? Can you ask her to slow down? She's moving rather fast.
Oh.
Can you ask her to slow down and tell her, just let her know we're doing the all-day stream. Just kind of give us the rundown.
Well, I will. I want you to see this garden before I say anything else.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And I'm kind of like low-key needing a moment to be quiet and like process what has happened.
Don't worry about that. I think everybody should.
The bookie said she wanted to chill tonight. She said you gotta let her feel alright.
I'm also supposed to be meeting with someone right after this.
Okay.
But
Well, we definitely not gonna hold you up, Mom.
but I would love to like sit down and talk to you more about just
When?
like
Tell us when.
tomorrow. Are you gonna be here tomorrow?
What?
Tomorrow, probably as early as possible. Maybe as well as you only like noon.
We're gonna exchange numbers.
Okay.
Asking you shall receive. Ain't that right, E-double?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Does this look apocalyptic?
Not at all.
So a black man had this idea of planting food, and this is what happens when you let intelligent, revolutionary black people lead, and when you kind of empower them with resources, right? So
Yes.
many people have like pulled together in
That's a
all sorts
picture
of
of the-
ways
of
to
the-
make
of
this
the- of the
happen.
tree.
These tents over here are the people that continue to work on this garden, and I don't know who leadership is here now.
I'll let him go. I'll let him leave. Thank you.
Leadership in the garden. What's your experience in just this community garden?
How you doing?
Yeah, I was just talking about that, Marcus.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I really appreciate that.
Maybe just a little less because I think and then this horrible. Every day you do you need a basket or anything? I think we're good. We're much better. Trying to keep the vibe right.
I don't know. I was asking where he was. Yeah, just tell me where Okay, cool. Yeah. How about when the next Yeah, I mean, I'll be here until 5:30. Oh, you need to stay.
Everybody knows that these flowers.
The Bronx.
The Bronx. Well, I'm not from New York. I spent the last 15 years there. So,
Okay.
But I did interviews at Standing Rock. I just did Lebanon, the Chili Revolutions. So I'm trying to kind of, my project now is to document the different grievances. I was wondering if you're willing, actually,
Right now, I have to run to.
And I am the name is S-T-A-C-Y.
S-T-A-C-Y. Do you interview or you?
I do. I've done
You got to treat everybody like they're 5. Don't do that.
I was coming to see if Edmund or Maddie was over here because I met them the other day when I was walking through the Friends, and I was like, I wonder if they need like help again or How the garden is going?
There's some instructions over there where it says website. Basically, it's like
Yeah, no, it's fine. There were like a lot of people coming and going, that's for sure.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Ask and you shall receive.
Can you put mine on that? You put mine inside.
But you're doing the right thing. And your voice is good. Your voice is good. I heard it.
Okay.
I go tell them.
Going to the side.
Oh, that's it. Carry yourself down here.
Double, how you feeling? Brother David, how you feeling?
Oh yeah, I'm good.
I had the drone in the air. I was rocking and rolling. Back extreme. I'm about to call Rob. We're gonna come back later.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, yo, we going to speak to you. You gonna come back later? I got.
Okay. Cool. And cool with that?
Oh, go ahead, bro. I don't care. Sorry, I'm number one.
Just want to make sure.
That must be crazy. It's like
I was gonna say like right up here. Where the back is at.
How about like right around here?
Right on here?
Like Scott right here, son, with the cameraman at, son. Like right here.
Trying to get more of us photographed here. Hey, dude. What's up? Right on. Thanks for posing. It's the underscore, so. L-Y. Oh, this is it. L-Y. S-S. E-S. There you go. Cool. I got a spot over here by the diamond. I'm trying to keep things underexposed, blah, 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 blah. I have a style I'm trying to keep. What's your name?
Erica.
Erica. Ulysses. Nice to meet you. Your name? David?
I thought over there. I'm looking back.
Okay.
We're also we're broadcast journalists. So
Oh, cool.
Journaling for the people.
Oh, yeah, just around, yeah.
Yeah.
What's up?
Hello. So give me your Instagram.
I'm at Ulysses_image on Instagram.
Thank you.
Welcome. Cool.
We're gonna see you.
You guys from Seattle?
I'm from New Jersey.
Oh, cool.
And David is from here.
Cool.
But originally from, I believe, from here.
Brooklyn.
Growing change.
Oh, we're ready.
Eye contact was like actually a yeah,
That's why I was just like, wow, okay. All right. Well, my name is Shireen, by the way, brother.
Yeah.
And thank you for being out here.
It's all good.
No doubt.
nice rest. Yeah, it tastes like you're sucking on a. I love it. How you doing?
Yeah, Rob, what's happening? I just told you what the play is. She said, okay, cool. She's actually en route. She's going to sit, post up. I'm just waiting for the Uber to come so I could go back to the room. She right by the exit, yo. She finding a seat so she could put her chair.
Probably up there.
Okay.
Like
letter to Mayor Durkin, tell her what you think. Well, there we go, put it on paper. Yeah, display it live.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I heard you. Thank you.
Write that down. It's very easy to do. I haven't heard anybody
I see it. All right, cool. All right, dope. Yep.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
How many letters did you get?
Mm-hmm. All right.
You guys want to write a letter to Mayor Durkin, tell her what you think? It's very easy to do. You guys want to write a letter to Mayor Durkin, tell her what you think? It's very easy to do. I think getting booed by a crowd of 10,000 people helps. Thank you so much. This is a good one. Thank you. I think it was. Perfect. Absolutely. Or you just want her to eat it myself.
How y'all doing?
Good.
Y'all want a tamale?
Sure.
Take as many as you like.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a bit concerning that she might be trying to like pull off some of this space. You know? What do you think?
One of these? Yeah, if you want a couple, go ahead. No, one is good. All right.
Thank you.
But in order to keep it that way.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Y'all have a good day.
You too.
You want a tamale, bro?
They're taking care of us out here. Look at they sitting up over here. No problem. Appreciate y'all, man. Hold it down. We love y'all.
You guys want to write letters to Mayor Durkin? Tell her what you think?
Would you like a tamale?
D-U-R-K-A-N. I'm all good. Thank you so much.
You'd like a tamale, though? You sure?
You guys want to write letters to Mayor Durkin? Tell her what you think?
No, the food is,
You picked a good spot. It's nice and shady over here.
I can tell her looking at it.
I know, not too hot.
I know.
Thank you so much.
Hi.
Question? I wasn't sure. I saw you at a camera also. I wasn't sure if you'd be willing to speak with me on camera just about the space that we're in, what's going on, your thoughts on it. Just kind of, we're trying to break the mainstream media narrative that
Awesome.
this has
I'm
been.
actually a broadcast journalist myself.
Oh, cool.
And
Okay.
We're streaming live.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're okay.
Okay.
But this is what we look like.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Are you
I
going to be
can
here for a little bit longer?
Yeah, I'll be here longer.
Okay, wonderful. Do you want me to maybe come back in a few minutes?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, what's your name?
Erica.
Erica, I'm Bess.
Bess, nice
to meet you. All right, thank you.
Yeah, here. Yeah, I know.
Far from here. He headed the judge, past judge, like.
I saw it and I was like, wah, wah, wah.
Guys on Instagram?
Very easy. We're just, we're going to hand deliver to
It's called All Gas Lifestyle.
Like it, you know? Appreciate it.
Want to write a letter to Mayor Durkin? Tell her what you think?
Hey, Brian, he's right over here, right?
Capture a little bit what we're talking about. Dirk and tell her what you think?
Oh, yeah. Can I get one for my dad? Oh, you need you? I'll just get one for you. I'll get one. I just had large and the biggest bag. Okay, no, I can tell the accent. Yeah. Yeah, man.
Absolutely, you too.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Hey, I can DM you through the gram and get some extra shit. Yeah. I got some killer shit, bro. You guys look at the pictures and stuff. Yeah, and I got a website. It's called allgaslifestyle.com, bro. I'll let me know. I'll hook you up, bro. I'm gonna put a picture together, boy. I'm gonna send a picture. I'm gonna send you. No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, do that, man. And yeah, I'm gonna post it on the website. We'll do. Okay.
Excuse me. Do you take Cash App?
Yes, ma'am. We have Cash App, Venmo, and cash.
Awesome. You print all the shirts yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you mind if I record?
Oh no, please do. That's what I'm here for.
Can you tell us about your company?
Oh yes, ma'am.
What's the name of your company?
My name is Tavon Williams. I'm the owner of allgaslifestyle.com. We have a website. We on Facebook. We on Instagram. And
She doesn't care, unfortunately.
I brought this clothing line to attention 2020, but it's been in the works for all my life. That's a part of me, you know. That is me, all gas. I got a lot of tools inside of my utility belt. I'm a licensed barber. I'm a licensed culinarian graduate from the state of Washington. You know, I design clothes, I print clothes, you know. I pretty much do it all. You know, I like to have fun. I like to network. I love to live each moment for what it is, you know, and just all gas.
Thank you so much. I'm going to definitely support when I'm done filming.
Yeah.
I'll be right here.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I try to get every moment out of it, enjoy it, you know, because it's not no video game. Once it's over, it's over. You don't get to play for an extra man, you know what I'm saying? You can grasp that concept, so I try to support all gas, you know? Live life to the fullest, you know? And
yes, I
push
love
yourself.
that.
You gotta push yourself. If you don't, that's what I do. That's what, you know, if I can do it, you can do it.
Thank you.
That's how I look at it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, they had all the cars, they stationed in rows all through the space.
Alright, letters to Mayor Durkin, tell her how you feel. Write letters to Mayor Durkin, tell her how you feel.
Just a donation.
Write letters to Mayor Durkin, tell her how you feel. Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Write a letter to Mayor Durkin, tell her how you feel.
Give me a second, okay?
Absolutely.
Give me a second.
Sure. Sounds good. Write letters to Mayor Durkin, tell her how you feel. Very easy to do. Write letters to Mayor Durkin, tell her how you feel. Write letters to Mayor Durkin, tell her how you feel.
I've been trying to contact your mom.
So, I would have been thinking like, oh,
Write letters to Mayor Durkin, tell her how you feel. Easy to do.
Just trying to be tricky.
Write letters to Mayor Durkee, tell her how you feel.
I'll try my best, I promise you that.
Definitely.
Make a pulley system, it looks like there's a hole in it. If you were to put a rope hoist I watched the video, they brought him these giant, like, spinning trucks. Can you get her on? Somebody would come through here, that's that.
Write a letter to Mayor Durkee, tell her how you feel.
Thank you so much. See you around. Yeah.
Write a letter to Mayor Durkee, tell her how you feel.
He said, why did you get all this paper? I said,
Best place to park is Oh, your shoe? Oh, got it. Got it.
You know, and they went through all these different scenarios, or like, you know.
yeah. Well, the section is.
Write a letter to Mayor Durkee, tell her how you feel. Easy to do.
And went through all this like, scenario after scenario, like what if you had the right person for the fucking job.
Yeah, it don't make sense.
Right side?
Yeah. Well, it used to be. Yeah, I thought it was chapter 7 back. And then you have to follow some procedure. And then your language.
Write a letter to Mayor Durkee, tell her how you feel. My friend is the main one who's been setting this up. He's been out here, I think, 3 days. I came out today just to help out. Just trying to keep it up for a couple of days. And then we're all on the City Hall. Now we've got a couple of things. Might even make sparse time. Yeah, he moved up here from mayor, and I've been together. Absolutely.
Honestly, I just want to go
Alright, some letters to Mayor Durkin. Tell her what you think. Easy to do.
Hello.
Write a letter to Mayor Durkin. Tell her what you think. Easy to do. Good, good. Yeah.
Everyone just checked on me that randomly that one time. I was really wanting to see what
Yeah, no, it's encouraging. We've got some cans always. You want to write some letters? We don't live out here, but absolutely, yeah, of course. Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. I have. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Letter from Mayor Jenny Durkin. Tell her what you right over there. Right down that.
lot of people are finding it as they write. Sure? Yeah? Yeah, some people want to come back a couple different times. You guys want to write letters in there? So we... What? No, no, no. Just write whatever you want. You don't put your name or anything. Well, this is where most of the police gave it up.
Seattle, Washington. Hello? Yes. Yeah, I can go over if you like.
I don't know where he is. He just disappeared. So it's very bizarre.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Okay, we're gonna go to where the action is. And Reem should be back here any minute now.
I got it.
Thank you, David. All right, I'll meet you.
Organization, I was like, really? Like, nigga right now, the best talk to me.
Would you like information about this place? Thank you.
Of those in power, business owners, local and federal governments, and those who want their property protected at all costs. Let me make it clear. Police are not labor. Police have the historical roots in slave patrol. The task of protecting property and the interests of the owning class. Throughout history, we have seen example after example of police being used to perpetrate state-sanctioned violence and maintain the status quo. From the 1919 Seattle General Strike, where police used intimidation tactics, commissioning over 600 new police officers, setting up machine gun stations throughout downtown, or the 1938 Hilo massacre, where police used violence to break a months-long strike at an event where children were present. More recently, community has done a great job of documenting all the ways that SPD has actively agitated and harmed protesters here in Seattle. In the end, police have shown throughout history that they are in charge of doling out punitive justice, which renders Black, Indigenous, and people of color disposable. Instead of being held accountable to this fact, police unions help obstruct accountability by abusing the right to collectively bargain. It's unacceptable that police have historically broken up the work of unions while also using that very structure to protect their members from being accountable to the harm that they commit in communities. When exec board members say that they cannot turn our backs on labor by removing SPOG, they send a clear message that they're invested in the protection of a white supremacist institution instead of investing in the futures of Black and brown union members. We're currently seeing a cultural shift take place, a shift that is more willing to recognize the racist roots of policing. This is what led Labor Council to issue an ultimatum that asked SPOG to acknowledge that institutional racism exists. This is not enough. SPOG responded by saying that they hope that citizens will demand similar commitments to change across different sectors like education and healthcare. The fact of the matter is that police occupy space, position as the only solution for justice, but their reactionary nature often results in murder. Their continued false position as the only avenue for justice robs our communities of agency and knowledge we hold to practice alternatives rooted in transformative justice. By continuing to normalize police as a necessary part of our life, our communities are being cornered into relying on an institution whose rate of killings have not slowed down, even though the global pandemic has slowed work down for almost everyone else. For us as educators in South King County, it's important to name that if Labor Council, and this includes the delegates who are voting later tonight, aims to be a space that unifies all labor organizations, and they cannot continue protecting police under the banner of labor. We cannot actively build working class solidarity within Labor Council while a racist institution like the police continues to receive the support of that council. The families and young people that we work with and have, as educators, have faced police brutality that rarely hits the news. As educators in South King County, many of us carry the stories of families we work with, of Black and brown people who have been murdered by police, whether that was on New Year's Eve while on their way home or the night before graduation. These incidents leave long-lasting impacts on our communities. And yet, the racial trauma that our communities face is minimized by the continued normalization of police as a necessary part of life. As communities in the Highline School District begin to organize to sever ties with the Sheriff's Department to remove school resource officers, we hope that a broader labor movement will show up and support in that fight in South King County. This is especially important for us because as High Court, we understand that modern education is rooted in the colonial history of public schooling in this country. We want to combat that by locating teachers as workers, accountable to the communities that we live and work in. This is why a few weeks ago we passed a resolution in our union calling for the expulsion of SPOG, and we know that we must continue pushing on our unions to move away from that savior charity model intrinsic to colonial schooling and instead build working class solidarity with families that center our shared interests. Police, on the other hand, have shown us that they are often at odds with the interests of our communities. What organizing to remove SPOG has shown us is that there's a sense of urgency among BIPOC union members to work towards radical change. At this point, the BIPOC petition that we pushed out has gathered over 856 signatures, and we know of at least over 500 emails that have been sent to MLK Labor Council calling for the removal of SPOG. It's time that Labor Council and its delegates show their investment in Black futures by removing SPOG.
Next we have UWHA and Decriminalization Seattle, Decriminalize Seattle, Rico and Ayana. Where are you guys?
How's everybody doing? Can you all hear me okay? Maybe I got a little too close. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah. Awesome. Okay. My name is Rico. I am the Associate Director of UWHA, the union that represents medical residents and fellows at the University of Washington. I'm here with my friend Ayan, who's a member of SEIU 1199 Northwest. And we're both organizers with Decriminalize Seattle, the coalition that put out the 3 demands a couple weeks ago in response to the murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis. And I would like to repeat those demands for everybody in the crowd so you all know and have them in your heart. That is, number 1, defund SPD. Number 2, invest in community care and health and safety for Black and brown communities, and that looks like emergency housing and services. Number 3, can somebody say it for me? Number 3, free them all. Thank you. Free them all. All protesters, drop all charges. Thank you. What we've heard from the labor community has been a 4th demand, that is to expel SPOG from the MLK County Labor Council. We know that SPOG is a racist organization, no matter what they try to say regarding the council's demands to declare themselves an anti-racist organization. We know that policing is a racist institution with racist roots, specifically rooted in anti-blackness. We also know that cops are not workers, and that cops have contributed to all kinds of violence against the labor movement in the past and presently. For example, police have been involved in union busting, in the violent disruptions of picket lines and labor protests, in the murder and imprisonment of labor leaders, in the caging and forcing of prisoners to replace striking workers. And so what we know is that for the labor movement to grow and become revitalized, it has to stand with Black power, it has to stand with abolition, and it has to stand with the communities that bring that forward. So I'm gonna shut up now because I want to give the mic over to my good friend Ayan here so that you can all listen and learn to some of the wisdom she's about to drop. Thank you.
I don't know if it's wisdom, but I know it's bought experience. My mother calls bought experience anything that happens on your back and you didn't ask for it. And with this bought experience, it really comes down to me being a Black woman. Because at the end of the day, whether I'm a union member or not, I show up as a Black woman. And, you know, liberal Washington, I'm gonna need everybody to wake up with me. Please understand, Black people don't need you to protest no more, don't need you to take a knee with us. We need you to do policy and push people. And this one right here hurts the most because this one takes life from us. I can't bring back life. None of us can. So it's really, really important that we understand the system we're talking about hurts Black people daily. People want to talk about labor. There's no other labor that hurts us. There's no other labor that kills us. I'm all for labor, but not at the cost of Black people. Not at the cost of my children. So every 19-year-old that decided to pick up the line for the first time, please feel my pain and understand that we're not negotiating. We're asking people to take the right stand. We're telling you, take a time out. Tell them, go home. Go home should be the message. Come back to the union again in 2 years. Let's renegotiate with one another. But right now, I cannot have you as a part of the union. And I can't have you because we have a chief of police that wants to talk about Minnesota when in her goddamn backyard, and this woman looks like me, so it pains me to stand here and talk about it. It pains me to talk about all the clergies that stood with her this Sunday. It pains me as a Black woman to have to call them out. But you can't speak for us. And you won't speak for my child. You will not speak for my kids. You can no longer speak for the Black community if you are hurting the Black community, regardless of what the hell your complexion is. Let's not be complacent. Let's truly understand what we're asking people to do. Kick their asses out. No apologies. They can reinvite themselves in 2 years if, and I repeat, if they can show us some improvement. But no more trainings. We've trained them enough. All they learned is how to kill us better. We had a 24-year-old young man that was killed. Right here in Capitol Hill, we had another human being that had mental health that were killed. Same people that pulled the trigger went through mental health trainings. I give up, people. No more trainings. It's time for them to go. This is happening these months. Last month there were deaths. They are not our executors, and they have became that and go on vacation on black bodies. So whether you're my chief and you look like me or not, it's time for you to go too. I'm not even playing. It is not a negotiation. It is time. Time's up, people. So today I need you to vote with your hearts. I need you to vote with your really understanding that we don't have a choice. We really don't have a choice. You need to make the right decisions. As a community, I'm asking everybody to hold people. If your mother or your father are in the union, I need you to go home. Matter of fact, make a call right now while you're on this. Start texting people, because 6 o'clock they're making votes. As I'm standing right here, people are voting on this. I need pressure put on. There should be no bloody reason they win. None. Because they're executing our people. And it hasn't helped any of us. So let's be clear, we're not negotiating. If we're not negotiating, kick them out. Thank you.
All right, so before we bring up our next speaker, I just want to do a little bit of housekeeping. There's going to be an open mic happening, I think open mic at 6. Sign-ups for that are going to happen with Sundar over here in red. Sundar, can you stand up? If you're interested in speaking, please see Sundar, and he can get you signed up to speak around 6. All right, so our next speaker is Cristina Lopez with Teamsters 763. Please welcome Cristina. My name is Cristina Lopez, speaking on behalf of the Freedom Socialist Party. I am proud to be a Teamsters Local 763 member. The union represents me as a city worker at the municipal court to represent our interest and our well-being. I am also here as a woman of color and as a labor union activist to say Black Lives Matter, and the police guild has no place in the labor movement. This is not about individual police officers who may be your neighbor, your friend, relative, or member of the community who may or may not be friendly working class folks. This police force was created out of the slave patrols that were used to control African Americans under slavery. These pallet-pounding law enforcement goons were also used to get rid of Native Americans and forcibly remove them from their lands. The police are there to keep Black people, people of color, and the poor down. And they are there to terrorize labor unions and to bring down strikes. And if you think that this happened centuries ago when cops murdered labor activists for demanding an end to child labor, for demanding an end to the 8-hour day, I remember the WTO when this neighborhood battled with the SPD came down on Teamsters and Turtles in the streets, and they pepper sprayed this neighborhood, Capitol Hill. They are there to protect the property and the interest of the rich and powerful. That is the bottom line. And they weaken the labor movement. We need to strengthen the labor movement, and the way to do it, you do what Familias Unidas por la Justicia when they went to Yakima and helped the strikers. They helped the apple and fruit workers win a fight, negotiated on conditions that were made deadly by the pandemic. That's what you do to build the labor movement. Can police be reformed? No, not if their primary focus to keep us down. Not as long as they kill Black people. Not as long as they keep people of color down. which is polar opposite of what we need. We need decent paying jobs that lifts us out of poverty. We need housing, nationalized health care, education, and a clean environment so all of us can breathe free. The police cannot be reformed as long as they use rubber pellets and real ones to maintain power, maintain order. Though reforms are needed to help people survive police terror to end police terror, the city council's move to ban police from using tear gas and pepper spray is a right step in the right direction. But under this cruel system, a more radical reform is needed. An elected communities review board that is independent of the political establishment, that has the power to fire the cops, and also set police policies such as demilitarization, disarming, and no chemical weapons. I've been protesting police abuse and murders for too many years, and I'm mad. I'm like Fannie Lou Hamer, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. But what I've seen in these streets, what you have all done right now, this gives me hope and optimism. This protest movement led by youth, led by young working class black radicals, is where the hope lies. The House of Labor needs to follow your lead. You are an inspiration to all. Keep it up. No cops in the labor movement. Let's keep fighting.
Moving right along, tell Sean Turner, LIUNA 242. Next.
All right. Ooh, goddamn. All right, so since it doesn't matter, my name is Teal Sean Turner. I'm a member of Locals Laborers 242. Feel me? Yeah. And I really have some facts and some questions to ask all the privileged people here, because I don't really need to ask the black lives here these questions, because we live that reality every day. You know what I'm saying? So here's some facts. The laborers union is what, 80% minority, right? Which means we're providing jobs for people like me. But however, here's the problem. That pipeline, that education prison pipeline interrupts that. Because kids in black communities don't have the same resources as a kid that grew up in Bellevue or Redmond. Facts, and that's facts. So that kid that grew up in Rainier Beach area, that goes to Rainier Beach High School, whose budget is basically a stimulus check for their whole entire school, you know what I'm saying? That kid that grows up, that went to that school, probably didn't learn much, so he dropped out, joined the streets, got into the streets, ended up going to prison. But see, that's the way the system was designed to make it so. Because if you have that education to prison pipeline, then you have slavery still. You still have slavery. Because according to the 13th Amendment, no person can be an indentured slave, or slavery cannot exist unless being punished by a crime. So what they did was, these people are criminals, these black people, they're criminals, they're animals. That's what they're gonna think. So they're gonna go out here and commit these crimes, and we're gonna send them to prison, and bam, here's still slavery to this day. We still got slavery to this day, right? But see, here's the problem though. You privileged people don't have to worry about that though. You privileged people don't have to worry about that though. I gotta worry about that. I have to worry about my nephews and them. You privileged people don't have to worry about that. Just like, here's another thing you privileged people don't have to worry about. My 6-year-old nephew asked his mother about a week or two ago why the police are killing black people. Children are our future, correct? Children are the future who are gonna affect this change and see it through all the way from what we started. So if that's the case, why is this 6-year-old's dreams already crushed? This 6-year-old don't even have no dreams no more. Because he already doesn't believe in this system, and he's 6. That's disturbing. We're destroying these kids' vision of this system before they reach 10 years old. It's already diluted. They already don't believe in it. So if they don't believe in it, why would I still have faith in it? When it's failed me time and time again. And I'm an adult now. Why would I still believe in it? Why does the Labor Council, why are we not kicking them out, holding them account, letting them giving us the opportunity to hold them accountable for what they've done, past and present. Because as of right now, with SPOG being in our labor council, they're protected. We can't do anything to, and they're gonna give us all these guidelines that are non-enforceable, right? Right. Okay. So we're gonna give them guidelines to follow, and as history has shown us, they're not gonna follow those guidelines. But here's the catch: we can't enforce them not following those guidelines. So what's the point of them? They're purposeless. They have no purpose. So the only other logical thing to do is kick them out of the labor council so we can hold them accountable for the things they're doing here. It's just that simple. As simple as that. As simple as that. Because I'm tired of living this reality every day. I don't want to have to explain to my nephew when he's 15, 16, like, when you encounter police, talk politely, be calm. I don't want to have to explain this to him. Or you're at risk delusion. I don't want to have to explain that. I don't want to have that talk. I'm tired of having those talks. I had it with my little brothers. I'm tired. We all should be tired. And the people with privilege should really be tired of it. Because it doesn't affect you guys. It affects us. And if you guys are really for Black lives like everybody here says they are, then there's only one logical answer. Stand up, put your money where your mouth is, or shut the hell up and go home. It's that simple. It's that simple. Because the way I see it, you can say you love me and you value my life, but unless you're standing right here fighting with me against this system that has oppressed me all my life and my people all our lives, then you're not really for this movement. You're just here. You're just a person taking up space. You're a body. Have a purpose or leave. Because Black lives matter. Period. Black Seattle lives matter too. Let's not forget that. SPD has killed Black lives here too. And it seems like don't lose sight of why we're here. We started this movement because Black lives matter. So if Black lives matter, why is this the only place I feel safe? I live here. I leave from here, and I'm not safe anywhere else. Because I still have to worry about the police. So if I'm still uncomfortable, why is everybody so comfortable? If I'm still uncomfortable and Black lives matter, why is everybody else so comfortable? I shouldn't be uncomfortable. I should be just as comfortable as everybody else, right? If Black lives matter. I want to be comfortable just like you guys with privilege. I want to be that comfortable, and I'm not. I'm nowhere near it. So if I'm nowhere near being as comfortable as you guys with privilege, then you guys shouldn't be comfortable either. SPOG's out of here. Let's go. Let's get SPOG out of here.
All right, here we go. WSFE 1488. Oh!
How's everybody doing? Was there any laborers out here last week during the protest? Any laborers out here on the barricades? Where you at? Right here. Right here? Yeah. So my name's Bo. I'm part of Washington Federation of State Employees, Local 1488. I'm a custodian. I clean bathrooms for people who used to write my papers. I clean bathrooms for people who make 200% more money than me, and probably the lowest paid worker out here. So we have some unique distinctions that need to be clarified. Thank you. Namely, there's a difference between work and having a job. Jeff Bezos has a job, but is he a worker? I don't think so. Workers transform this world. We take the untilled and we turn it into the tilled. We take wilderness and we turn it into city. Labor is the jelly that converts the inert into reality. Police have a job. Their job is to protect property. Who owns property? Not the working class. And this isn't about good or bad cops. This is about bad laws. It's about a bad system that even good cops, if there are any, have to enforce. Because if there are any ethical and honorable cops, there might be, they will absolutely be part of whatever system we make next. Because using public funds to uphold this modern day slave patrol system is handcuffing this movement that the so-called Labor Council is trying to lead. Labor for Black Lives is about justice, and it's about being on the right side of history, because future history will remember and trace the knowledge of its genealogy to this day. When organized labor outside the council got together and said, "Fuck you, SPOG. Fuck you, you can't be in our movement." Not until migrant workers and strawberry pickers and sex workers and dishwashers and the other 85% of labor are organized. When cops stop killing black people, when cops stop killing the working class, when the carceral state is reduced to over-glorified crossing guards, then they can come back to our movement. Thank you.
All right, everybody, let's get loud. Black Lives Matter! Speak out now! Black Lives Matter! Speak out now! Black Lives Matter! Speak out now! Black Lives Matter! Speak out now!
How y'all doing? How's everyone? All of God's children. All God's children. Where's the camera? Where's the camera? Police. Police. We coming.
That was fantastic, and damn right we're coming for Spog. All right, so our next speaker is from AFT 1789, Seattle City Council member Shama Sawan.
Not as tall as I thought. Dear friends, as was said before, my name is Shama Sawant. I am a rank and file member of the American Federation of Teachers, Local 1789. I am also the Socialist City Council member in Seattle. And in fact, I used to be an educator at Seattle Central Community College when 9 years ago, we had the Occupy Seattle movement and we successfully fought against the police at that time. But this uprising, this rebellion that we are seeing nationwide and globally is truly a historic moment and a turning point. And look at what's happened in Seattle already. The hundreds of young people who were there night after night on 11th and Pine, facing down barbaric police weapons, were able to drive Seattle police out. And when you drive, and this is the story of capitalism. When you drive the police out, you are also sending a message to the big business-backed political establishment who want to maintain the status quo of oppression and capitalism. In addition to that, I hope everybody knows, on Monday, just 2 days ago, our city's movement against racism and police violence won a historic victory when we forced the establishments in City Hall to vote unanimously to make Seattle the first city in the nation to ban police use and purchase of any of those chemical weapons or so-called crowd control weapons. And I don't have time to go over the list of the weapons that are now banned because of the law that we were able to pass through our movement and through our Socialist Council office, but it definitely includes all of the weapons that we were all subjected to. This is a huge victory, but we have a long way to go, as we know. Tonight, we are all here together, those of us who are in the labor movement in unions, those of us who are workers, which is basically all of us, but are not in unions. We stand together demanding that our labor movement, our labor council, kick Seattle police out of our labor movement. And the Seattle police, with their long and unshaken track record of racism and harassment of poor people and homeless people, should never have been allowed into our labor movement. The union the Seattle Police Officers Guild has used its resources systematically as a weapon against working class people of color, against poor and homeless, and in shielding killer cops from any accountability. SPOG, the Seattle Police Officers Guild, has been allowed to use its membership in the council, Labor Council, as cover against its violence and racism, calling for quote-unquote labor solidarity 2 years ago when they demanded a yes vote on their racist contract. But I'm here as a rank and file member of the labor movement, joining all of you in saying that that is not labor solidarity. Defending racist cops is not working class solidarity. In fact, it is complicity with the racist and exploitative system. We cannot afford for our labor council to be complicit anymore. If we succeed in kicking Seattle police out of our labor council tonight, it will be yet another historic victory for our movement, and no doubt will inspire workers and labor nationally and internationally. But it will not be enough either. It will be important, but we have to keep going. We have to connect this fight around SPOG to the larger fight for our movement's demands, to step up the fight to defund police by at least 50%, and not allow city council establishment to block our movement through endless studies, stakeholder groups where you and I won't be the stakeholders, and resolutions and committees and so on and so forth. So my office, alongside the movement, alongside the People's Budget Campaign, will be bringing legislation to defund Seattle police by at least 50%. Will you join me? Next week on Thursday, June 25th, mark your calendar, June 25th at 6 p.m., we will be having the People's Budget Town Hall where we will discuss our strategy, what is the actual policy going to look like to defund police by 50%, and also to win the strongest possible Amazon tax in order to end the racist gentrification in our city by building affordable housing and creating jobs for our marginalized communities. We also demand that all protesters be released without charges. We also need to fight for an independently elected community oversight board with full powers over the police, because the police being overseen by the political establishment is basically like saying the police need to oversee themselves because they're hand in glove. We need to break that link. We need independent oversight over the police by our community. We don't want the East Precinct to go back into the hands of the police. We want it to be brought into permanent community control. But to win any of this, we are going to have to build our movement itself independently of the establishment, because those of you who saw what happened on Monday, the establishment, while saying Black Lives Matter, attempted to drive through truck-size changes into our bill to ban chemical weapons, which would basically have gutted the bill. And we were able to win against that attempt because of our ferocious and united movement. And we have to keep that going. One other thing for our labor movement. We also cannot have a false idea of solidarity with the Democratic Party establishment under whose oversight this violence has happened. And that's why we need to fight for independent political representation. As an example, 2 years ago, when that racist police contract came to a vote, sections of the labor leadership worked alongside the political establishment to pressure all council members to vote yes.
I was the only no vote, unfortunately, even though it was a majority people of color council. And each year, we have brought forward through our office proposals to defund police, proposals to stop the sweeps of homeless people. Every time this council has voted no on those proposals. And last fall, these same council members who say Black Lives Matter now, last fall, they voted, I voted against this, but they voted to give Seattle cops hiring bonuses to attract them to the force. When was the last time teachers and social workers got hiring bonuses? The police are backed and provided cover by the conservative layer of the trade union bureaucracy, which helped Seattle police get inside the Labor Council in the first place. And they also threatened, when that racist contract was up for a vote 2 years ago, they threatened, the labor bureaucracy, sections of the labor bureaucracy threatened that if any council member dared to vote no on that contract, they were coming after them next year, which was last year in the elections. And they did. They came after our movement and Socialist Council office, but we were able to defeat all the right-wing forces and Amazon and still prevail, which shows that when you fight, you can win. And that is why, as we demand that Seattle police be kicked out of the Labor Council, we must also connect this to understanding we need a labor movement, a different kind of labor movement in this struggle against racism, because it affects all of us. It affects people of color disproportionately, but the working class as a whole is not the beneficiary of this oppressive system. And as long as we are divided, it empowers the capitalist class, so we have to fight together against racism. And ultimately, we have to connect our struggles to the international fight to end capitalism itself and for a different kind of society that is free of police, racism, and oppression entirely. Let's begin by continuing to win reforms and even more radical reforms. At the same time, understanding, as Malcolm X said, you cannot have capitalism without racism. So if we want to end racism, we are going to have to fight like hell to win the reforms, but we have to fight to end the system of capitalism itself and fight for a world. Fight for a world that is based on equality. And that would be a socialist world, and that can only begin when the working class as a whole fights to take democratic public control over the major corporations, because when you don't own the wealth, you don't own the power. So let's fight. No justice? No justice? No racist? No racist? Solidarity.
Pandemic, everybody. All right, we have our awesome speakers coming up still. We want to remind you, though, that if you want to speak, and we hope that lots of the workers speak, will you sign up for the open mic? And where's Sundar? There he is, right there. Come in, get your name down, all right? Okay, we got, Jesse Hilopia from SEA.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Jesse Hagopian. I teach ethnic studies and English language arts at Garfield High School up the way. I'm a union representative for my school and part of the Seattle Education Association that represents Seattle's teachers, K through 12. We represent the nurses in the building. We represent the instructional assistants, the office professionals, and all the educational support staff. And I'm here with good news today. I'm here to let you know that at our last meeting last week, the Seattle Education Association passed 7 resolutions in support of Black lives. We passed a resolution that said, Seattle police officers, get out of our schools. We passed the resolution I put forward that said we need to defund the police by at least 50% and use that money to invest in public education and in health care. And I'm proud to say that we passed a resolution last week that said, SPA, get out of our union. This is for workers, not for strike breakers, not for killers and murderers. Why did we pass that? Why did Seattle's educators, the kindergarten teachers, the middle school teachers, the high school teachers, and all the educators, why did we come together to pass all these resolutions to kick the police out of our schools and out of our unions? It surely was that image of the police officer with his knee on the neck of George Floyd. All of us educators were horrified like you were. We could hardly breathe watching that video, thinking about how it could be one of our students next. It could be us. But I want to suggest to you today that it wasn't just about some other city, that we don't have to look beyond the shores of the Puget Sound to know what that brutality is like in our own communities. We took that vote last week because the Seattle Police Department killed a mother of a Seattle Public Schools student. You know her name. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. She called the police 3 years ago. On the 3rd anniversary is this Thursday. She called the police to come to her home. She feared for her own safety, feeling that somebody was breaking into her apartment building, and the police, within minutes of arriving, shot her down in a hail of 7 bullets, 3 bullets in her back, in front of 3 of her 4 children. She was pregnant at the time. You want me to be in a union with an organization that defended the police officers that killed the mother of a Seattle Public Schools children? I'm not going to do that. I won't be in solidarity with those people. We passed that resolution to kick the police out of our union because our own members have experienced the brutality of the Seattle Police Department. Right? I myself, on Martin Luther King Day in 2015, after giving one of the final speeches of the rally, was pepper sprayed in the face while I was on the phone with my mom coordinating a ride to my son's 2-year-old birthday party at the time. I was standing on the sidewalk trying to find out where my mom was when a blast of hot pepper spray hit me directly in the face. I spent the rest of the day pouring milk on my face, traumatizing my family, my son at his own birthday party. So we don't have to look around the country and see the many horrors that exist when we can look right here in our own neighborhoods and see the way they're brutalizing black and brown, indigenous, people of color all across Seattle and throughout the labor movement. And I want to ask you all a question here today. I want you to think about what inspires you throughout history. What are the social movements, the leaders that you look to in moments like this where we need to make change, right? Where change seems on the horizon. What are the great social movements that have inspired you throughout history? Take a moment and think about one. Then I want you to think about what side the police were on in that struggle. Did you think about Stonewall? What side were the police were on? Did you think about Rosa Parks sitting down and sparking the Montgomery bus boycott, one of the pivotal moments in the eruption of the civil rights movement? Were you thinking about some of the great labor struggles like the Haymarket struggle that fought and won the 8-hour day in this country? Every single one of those movements was opposed by police and the unions that defend them. All my heroes have mug shots. That's why I wore this hoodie. We need to have a world where the people with the mug shots, they're the ones who have power to understand how we move forward in this world, because the police don't go after criminals. They go after working people, black and brown communities. They go after our neighbors, our loved ones, our students. They don't fight crime. If they wanted to fight crime, we would see the bankers that sabotage the global economy behind bars. We would see those that vote for billions of dollars to go bomb people all over the world sitting behind bars, and the rest of us walking around free, building wonderful communities like we see here at the CHOP. We need to abolish the police, and I'm glad to say we're on that road. We kicked them out of the schools. It's time to kick them out of this city and this nation and build a future worth living in. Thanks everybody for having me out here today.
All right, and I want to welcome Malcolm here, who's going to lead us in some chants before we continue with the rest of the speaking program.
What's up, y'all? Make some noise for yourselves, y'all. Y'all look good out there, y'all. Make some noise. Whose lives matter? Black lives matter. Whose lives matter? Black lives matter. Whose lives matter? Black lives matter. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. Whose lives matter? Black lives matter. This time when I say his name, I want you guys to say Sean Furr. And for who you guys don't, many of you guys who do not know, Sean Furr was killed by Seattle Police Department, and he was holding his daughter. He was holding his daughter. They shot him in his head. So although we came together because of George Floyd, we have to make sure that we say the names that resonate with these officers here so that we can also hold them accountable, okay? So when I say his name, I want you guys to say Sean Furr. Say his name. Sean Furr. Say his name. Sean Furr. Say his name. Sean Furr. Whose lives matter? Black lives matter. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. Thank you, y'all.
All right, so this is a little weird. I'm up next, and I told Beto I don't need an intro. I can handle it. For anyone who wasn't here earlier, my name is Manuel Carrillo. I'm a proud member of United Here Local 8, the Food Service and Hospitality Workers Union. Sisters and brothers, just 3 short weeks ago, we saw the horrific murder of George Floyd at the hands of the Minneapolis Police Department. It was a horrific act of violence, but one that we have seen far too many times, as so many speakers here have pointed out already. It is an unfortunate and undeniable truth that police violence against communities of color, and especially black people, is nothing new. It is nothing new here in Seattle and in communities all across this country. And we are now seeing a new wave of protests and uprisings in cities big and small, making clear that enough is enough, that Black Lives Matter, and that we must all do better. We are here today as union members and community members to join in that struggle and uplift the demands of these movements, recognizing that we have not done enough. Here in Seattle, as we have already heard, the 3 demands that are most prominently being echoed across this city are to defund the Seattle Police Department, to invest in our communities, and to free our protesters. And we should be clear that supporting these demands also means taking actions in our unions and our organizations. I want to thank the Highline Education Association and the Seattle Education Association for helping to show the way for the labor community here in Seattle. The police as an institution are fundamentally racist, anti-worker force that protects law and order of the working class and not ordinary working people. SPOG has played a reactionary role reinforcing this racist, unaccountable role of the Seattle Police Department. SPOG fought to overturn in their 2018 contract limited police accountability. They pushed for spending hundreds of millions of dollars of our own taxpayer money to fund a new police bunker and a new youth jail. And time again, SPOG has shown that it will not change. It is time to kick them out of the MLK Central Labor Council. Now, I know my time is almost up, and we have a lot of other great speakers coming up, so I want to conclude on just one more point. Kicking SPOG out alone is not enough to turn our labor movement into the anti-racist movement we know it can be. It is important to not forget that SPOG was aided in all of this by the majority of the leadership on the Labor Council. The majority of the Labor Council leadership actively supported SPOG in trying to pass their 2018 contract that overturned these very modest accountability measures. So we must keep pressure on in our unions and in the Labor Council after we kick them and show them the door. We must get the Labor Council to endorse the three demands that we have heard echoed here time and time again: cutting the budget of the SPD, turning it towards social services, and freeing our protesters. But endorsing it is not enough. We have a responsibility as the voice of working people in this city to be out there on the streets with every single person here fighting to make that happen. And I know that the folks here are committed to doing just that. Black Lives Matter.
AFGE Owls, Girl Vanguard.
Thank you all. I'd like to begin by saying that my union, the American Federation of Government Employees Local, it represents multiracial workers. 1,700 voted to kick SPOG out of the council. I'm really pleased with that. I'm speaking for OWLS, Organized Workers for Labor Solidarity. We're a multi-issue, multiracial organization, a fighting organization. We formed to push the labor movement to the left. And we've been doing that for the last 10 years. We've organized against a racist and anti-union company called Freedom Foundation. We had a caravan not too long ago for the QFC and Amazon. And currently one of our members, a bus driver, Linda Averill, found out that at South Base, the Metro Bus South Base, somebody had hung an effigy of a black person, and we're organizing the community and other bus drivers against that. I've never had any illusion about the police. As a kid, from 12 on, I knew they were bullies. And I've been harassed, threatened, thrown to the ground, cuffed, and put in a squad car. So I have no illusion. I don't think you can. I know you can't reform them. You have to be able to put a leash around them, a tight leash, and a civilian review board that is responsible only to the community that it terrorizes, that has the power to fire these motherfuckers and to penalize them. That's the only way. They have one boss, and that's the system, capitalism. That's who their allegiance is. It doesn't matter what color, what sex orientation, what gender. They know what their job is, and the incident with George Floyd showed that 3 cops just stood around and let him kill him. So I don't have much more to say, but I really appreciate all of you being here. And damn, let's keep going, because let's get these motherfuckers. One last thing. The police station, I say, Avita Zane motherfuckers.
All right. So next we want to welcome Cliff Cawthon from the Bellevue College Association of Higher Education.
Whose lives matter?
Black Lives Matter!
So, I remember after George Floyd got killed, thinking myself, grounding myself in the knowledge that I'm going to have to explain this to my students. That I'm going to have to explain to my students, especially my black students, that our lives don't matter in America because we have been systematically dehumanized since African feet have touched these shores 400 years ago. And I'm angry. And I'm angry that I had to explain that. I'm angry that I will have to keep explaining it. I'm angry that now we care about black lives in this country. I am fucking angry that now we care about black lives in this country. And you're right, that we have had, hell, I remember getting to talk when I was a kid about how to be around police. 31 years old, folks. Me and my fiance were thinking about having a family, and the one thing I dread about that is having to tell my son or daughter in the future, this after everything we have done, after marching, after fighting, after conversations about reform, after attempting to join every single organization that we think will give a damn. This is what you have to do, not to be killed. And then they will blame you for dying.
They won't blame you.
And that's the thing.
I haven't worked for you, and you are wrong. We are together.
Dude, are you serious right now?
This is happening right now.
Dude, are you, are you interrupting me right now? Let me tell you something. This is anti-blackness. This is anti-blackness right here.
This is not anti-blackness.
And the thing is that we, as a movement, have to recognize this about ourselves in order to change. We have to see this in order to change internally so we can change this country. And this is the thing, that right here, what we have is beautiful, but we have to go forward into our communities, not just in the city of Seattle, right now, for all the precious people who have been killed by police in Renton, Kent, Auburn, Federal Way, that those police departments have filed a lawsuit to stop reforms to police inquests so that there's some meaningful change. So police have to meaningfully address why they killed their family members. And this is the thing. And to his brother over here and to all of the others that we constantly have to bring along. I'm sorry, folks, that this is the thing, that we do not have time. We do not have time to educate. We do not have time to coddle. We do not have time to compromise. We do not have time to say we can wait on the King County Labor Council or any other organization that calls themselves progressive to realize that Black Lives Matter. Because whether they like it or not, my life matters. The lives of my people matter. The lives of my family matter. Black Lives Matter!
Give him some time on the mic.
Let him just talk. Let him talk. Right now. Obviously, tensions are very high right now. It's quite unfortunate.
Again, we're not going to allow insiders to come in. everyone can have a time to talk. They said open mic was at 6 o'clock. We're not denying him his time to speak, but let's not be distracted on. The people want him to talk, then let him talk. The people don't want him to talk, okay? No, the people don't want him to.
Are we here together or are we here separate? Are we here together or are we here separate? Then stand up right now, all of you. All of you stand up from your feet. Stand up, literally. Stand up right here, right now with me. Are we here together or are we here separate? Move. Are we here together or are we here separate? Are you looking at me or are we together? Stand up, guys. Stand up. I know you don't have to. Stand up. Yeah, stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. You need to stand up right now. Man, you guys need to stand up.
We got people ready to speak. Come on, respect them. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter.
They do. I like you. Somebody needs to stand up right now with me. Please stand up. We're together. We're together. 2 minutes. This is the turn. Yes. Move.
2 minutes. Say what you gotta say. Say what you gotta say. 2 minutes.
Hello. Guys, we're here together, and each and every one of our lives matter. You life matter, black lives matter, your life matter. If I say white, if I say Hispanic, it doesn't matter what word I use, because we are here right now. We are here right now, and there is opposers, and those opposers we do not associate with. We move forward, we are united in one movement, and I'm trying to show that to you. Please stand up together right now. Show it to yourselves that we are one body, that when one of us speaks, we all move, that when one of us speaks, we all rise, that when one of us speaks, we all stay together. 2 minutes. It has not been 2 minutes. Do not touch the mic, please.
60 seconds.
Stand up together. You're standing. I see you. I see you too. I see you too. Thank you, because we are together right now, right here. You. I don't care if you're Hindu. I don't care if you're Mexican. I don't care what you are or you call yourself, because we are one body. What are we? What are we? What are we? What are we? One love, one body, we're all together. Thank you guys who stood today, because you know what it means to be together and united in something. Right now, this is all we got. Not tomorrow, not yesterday, not what happened 2 minutes ago. That doesn't matter, it's right here, you're looking at me. Thank you.
Black lives matter. Who lives matter? Whose lives matter? Whose lives matter? Thanks, everybody. Thank you, workers, for staying united and staying together. The meeting has now begun, and so it's happening. It's happening right now. We're gonna get those as well as put motherfucker cops out. All right, everybody, we've got our next speaker, and then we're gonna open it up, and a whole bunch of people are gonna talk. All the workers are welcomed. So right now we've got Logan Swan. IW, where are you?
My name's Logan Swan. I'm a rank and file journeyman iron worker out of Local 86 Seattle. I'm proud to continue the best traditions of the labor movement of understanding that an attack on any community of the working class is an attack on our class as a whole, and throwing the full power of our class into defending all of our brothers, sisters, and siblings. Karl Marx said, "The labor cannot emancipate itself in the white skin when the black is branded." The same ruling class that directs the police, that has its hands on the lever of power in this system, that has created it has created and benefits from the racism as we know it today, is the same class that oversees a world where thousands starve to death on a daily, despite there being enough food, where homelessness is a growing crisis and housing affordability burdens working families despite there being an abundance of homes that sit empty. This world where bombs and fully equipped soldiers can be deployed anywhere within hours, but adequate disaster relief is never prioritized. People who have been following recent events will likely notice that the worst misery and inequality that I'm referencing here is disproportionately inflicted on our sisters and brothers of color at home and internationally. As this same system that profits off of our labor, off of our need for housing and healthcare, relies on and perpetuates racism, as well as misogyny and xenophobia in order to keep itself in power. It is on this basis that it's in every worker's interest to combat racism, to stand in solidarity with every struggle against oppression, and to take up these fights as our own because they are our own. Our labor movement belongs to and is accountable to every worker. Ourselves as trade unionists, as well as our organizations that provide structure to our immense collective power, have an obligation to every member and every worker to raise the floodgates and allow the tremendous energy that we are seeing in the streets of this movement embodies to flow into our union halls and our workplaces. The demands I've heard put forward in this movement to cut the funding of the SPD in half instead of continuing the vicious austerity that we've witnessed for decades, to turn the East Precinct into a community and restorative justice center, no more developing infrastructure for oppression and incarceration, no new precinct, and no new youth jail. As a building trades worker, I'm not gonna fucking build it. And for community control over the police, where a democratically elected body accountable to the people would direct by making the big businesses that profit off our exploitation and the systemic racism, making the burden placed on the working class and the poor. And to expel the Seattle Police Officers Guild from the Martin Luther King County Labor Council. This officers are in the most modest reforms the entire time it's been affiliated with our Labor Council. With every step they've tread on second chances and burned the bridge behind them. It does a great disservice to the Seattle labor movement to collaborate with this hostile, violent organization. Mayor Durkin's provided over the police over this past period in which we've witnessed shocking attacks on peaceful protesters with chemical weapons and rubber bullets. Lead bullets have been used against our sisters and brothers in black community, with 8 police murders under her watch and not one charge or firing. It is not enough for labor to break from SPOG. We must break from Durkin and the Democratic political establishment. Labor, join the call. Mayor Durkin must go. Nearly 500 union members have signed our petition to expel SPOG in solidarity with our communities that are demanding the knee of racist police brutality be removed from their necks. These demands must be taken up by our labor unions, and every union member here should be organizing and fighting to make that happen. Solidarity.
All right, up next, I want to welcome Marissa from the IBEW.
Local 46.
Hold it like this. My name is Marissa. I'm a member of Local 46, and I'm also a member of Socialist Alternative. And I'm here not only in support of removing SPOG from the Labor Council, but also to call on our labor leaders and members to carry on with this movement and use this as a moment to strengthen the force of unions and organize against an injustice. We've had to join and support the fight against our structural and institutionalized racism, and your unions can give us the strength behind us to make this change. You know, unions are a reflection of the broader working class, and they move with the people they represent. And right now, the people are speaking, and this issue is at the front of our collective consciousness, and our union leaders need to listen to us. Labor unions in the past have had to come to terms and evolve with their own issues regarding race. and this includes my own union. But it's a recent history that was changed by the voices and actions of their members. And when unions move and adapt with the public influence, it has an incredibly strong influence in society. And the social change can be unstoppable. In Hawaii, ILWU was able to organize indigenous Hawaiian and Filipino workers and give them stronger organizing power than they had before. And this shows how class solidarity can push forward the movement to defeat institutional racism. Now, I was raised in a house that constantly told me how unions were what gave my family the opportunity to survive when they immigrated. When my grandfather came from Mexico, he was a union construction worker with LL 300 in LA, and the aid and insurance that was provided through this saved my father and his family multiple times and helped them escape from the poverty circle. You know, I have homies back home where we didn't think that we could have a chance to have a fair wage and insurance and any of these things, but still they're stopped every single day on the way to work because they were finally able to afford the car they wanted, and police think they look suspicious. They don't protect them. They don't protect them on their way to work, and they don't protect them on their way home from work or any other time. My father, my mother, my uncles, my tias, everyone, they were in a union and they told me every time, the cops ain't shit and they ain't here to protect you. Because every single time we've been on that line striking, they were there facing us, looking us in the eyes, ready to beat our asses and protect the bosses that we were fighting against. You know, if my grandfather went on strike, who would be there to hurt him and who would be there to try to break it up? SPD has continuously shown they're capable of committing violent crimes against the black community and the city, and they've killed 6 people just since December 2018. The SPD has forced open picket lines to allow strike breakers and shown they're no friend to organized labor. So why, as a labor council, should you represent a union that has historically caused harm, continue to uphold the disenfranchisement of the people you represent, and protect their members from being held accountable for murder? You know, there's a movement happening, and labor unions need to join the fight. Because when organized together in a collective struggle, they are unstoppable. And this is an opportunity for us to organize and show strength and push for social justice and show this generation what unions are capable of. This doesn't just stop at removing SPOG. We gotta help fight to defund the police, to cut the budget of the SPD at least in half, and to present austerity that helps working families. Help with the fight to free prisoners who are often exploited for their labor while incarcerated, and aid in the call for affordable housing, which would not only create jobs for union members, but also ensure that those who provide the labor that run and build the city can actually afford to live in it. I was a union worker, and the first year I had to work 2 jobs just to be able to afford to live in the city. Take up the demand for community control over the police so workers can elect a board with the authority to direct how policing is done and discipline officers who commit acts of violence against our community. Please stand on the right side of history in this moment and listen to what the people in the city you represent are fighting for. Thank you.
All right, we're near the end here. We got one more speaker from Protect 17, Sundar.
Hey y'all, my name is Sundar. I work for the city of Seattle. I'm a proud socialist and a member of the Protect 17, which is a union that represents over 8,000 public sector workers here in Seattle. And I'm here representing also City Workers for Black Lives, which is a union effort that we started. You know, in my office and across the city of Seattle, many of us work incredibly under-resourced and understaffed every day to provide services and access to housing, healthcare, education, and your rights against discrimination and harassment. And we are Black, white, Indigenous, Latinx, Asian workers who fight every day to make this city belong to the people of Seattle. We formed City Workers for Black Lives because when we see what is being done in our name and with our budget by police departments across the country, decades of murders, brutality, and cover-ups targeted towards Black, Brown, Indigenous, LGBTQ, disabled folks, rampant racism and shielding of white supremacists within the ranks of the police, brutal militarized violence against peaceful protesters. We have a moral duty as labor to stand up and say that we as public sector workers stand with the communities we serve and not the police. Now, the Seattle Police Officers Guild also represents something that your tax dollars fund. But as many of us here know, they take a somewhat different view of their role. Every single time, and people have talked about many examples, but every time that they have had to choose between protecting one of their own from any accountability whatsoever, or the broader demands of the multiracial working class who are out in the streets right now, overwhelmingly condemning this racist police system, they don't hesitate to shield their members. And we have to refuse to continue to shield them. These are officers who injure, maim, kill, use weapons of war, and occupy our neighborhoods like an occupying force when our black and brown sisters and brothers are simply trying to breathe. And if we as union workers don't stand up to this, we are betraying our members, both members of color and the broader labor movement, and all of the courageous activists who are in the streets right now fighting for a better world. So it is far past time for us to say today in one united voice, we demand SPOG's expulsion from our labor council. The COVID crisis and mass unemployment right now are highlighting the gaping inequalities and disparities that are felt acutely by black and brown workers every day. And what is the response of the political leaders, the corporate gentrifiers, the billionaire class who are looting our communities every day when we take to the streets? To keep funding and militarizing police to crush our movements. If we can kick SPOG out today, it will send a powerful message to these leaders that labor is prepared to stand up for black lives and decades of violence, brutality, and disinvestment in our communities. I'll just end on this. While the police budget continually expands, Mayor Durkin wants to propose hundreds of millions more in cuts to public services. It is a form of economic violence targeted at communities of color to fund police, but not fund social services like healthcare, education, housing, community centers, youth programs. But we at ProTech are not going down without a fight. And I hope many of you will stand up with us in the coming months to say no to austerity and cuts as well, because this is the way in which the police play the role of enforcing that system that is around all the time, that tells us that our priorities and our lives as BIPOC people don't matter. And we have to say no to that. So let's defund the police and fund human needs instead. Thank you all. Solidarity.
Thank you. Short people. All right, working class. So we are being watched. Guess who's watching us? The council. Let's tell them what we want. What do we want? Black Lives Matter. SPOG out now. 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 Woo! Make some noise. Let them know. You hear us, Labor Council? We want those out. We want those racist cops out. So we have a few updates that I think Manuel is going to say.
Crazy guy.
Sorry.
Update. So we know, just want to give folks some updates. We'll be giving updates throughout the open mic session. What we do know is that the executive board of the MLK Labor Council has already done their vote. Now the vote goes on to be ratified by the rest of the Labor Council. That we know that the executive board has voted to kick out SPOG. Now, that is just the first step, right? The meeting where the labor unions are going to be voting to ratify that decision just got started. For anyone who wants to call in and listen as a guest, we have a tiny URL right here that you can use to log on. tinyurl.com/MLK SPOGOUT. That's TINYURL.com/MLK SPOGOUT.
If you're a union member, please get on this one. If you're a union member, please, we need you.
So we'll be making updates throughout the next hour or so. We're going to move on to the next portion of this open mic, and I believe Sundar is going to be leading us off and inviting the speakers to come up.
I kind of had a little emotional moment.
We're signing out, people.
When you're filming, you're not really. It's a little different when you just talk to someone. And you don't ever have time to just like soak it all in. And the last time I gave just like get you all the time.
No, I feel that
thank
too.
you, everyone. Yeah, so now we're going to move into the open mic section. And so we have a handful of speakers who want to come up. So first up, so just some ground rules. We're asking folks to keep contributions to 3 to 5 minutes if possible, so we can hear from as many people as possible. We're going to start with Malcolm from BLM. Where are you at, Malcolm? Is Malcolm here? No? Okay. We have Chris, also from Black Lives Matter. Hey, Chris.
First of all, I'm not from Black Lives Matter. I'm for Black Lives Matter. I've been getting my ass kicked by that police station since I was 14 years old. I grew up in Seattle. And then they kicked my son's ass. So we go into 2 generations of this shit. The best thing that's happened since I've been coming up here is somebody is finally talking about getting that goddamn union out the way so we can get rid of these motherfuckers. Somebody said the council is watching. If you're watching, I'm tired and I'm ready to go home. So do what the fuck you need to do so I can go home. I am now becoming a hostage in this situation because the council, the mayor, and the judge, and the judges too, they fucked up. The police chief, they got something to do. This is the best thing to do. I heard somebody say, for 2 years, it should be for as long until they prove themselves to us. They should show us that they deserve it. They expect us to show that we deserve what we get, what we deserve. They should be treated the same way. When they do racist shit, it should go on their fucking employment history. They shouldn't be allowed to go do it somewhere else. There was a state that was talking about making it a crime for them not to have on that body cam. That's how you police them motherfuckers. Because when they come into the precinct with a suspect and they don't have body cam video, then they get in the next cell. And I'm really angry. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say it, it's the last time I'm gonna say anything about it. Those black folks that have come up here and started cash apps and exploiting these people who are trying to help us, you fucking disgust me. you don't stand for what I stand for. Because after you spend that money and we lose this, they're gonna go back to business. And they're gonna punish our black folks twice as hard because you tried. This whole country is in a fucking shift. I've never, as a black man, had people stand up for me all over the fucking world. That's big shit.
Yeah.
And if we don't seize this motherfucking moment and we lose it, trust me, they are already sitting down there trying to figure out what to do in case it ever happens again. They didn't think this would happen. They had no idea. The white folks down there didn't know that there was white folks that cared. They thought all y'all was against us. And you don't put up a sign that says white violence is violence and then tell a white person to shut up. That's confusing. Each and every human being walking on this earth has a right to stand up for injustice, and they don't need nobody's permission. I didn't ask for permission to come out here. I got fed up. And what this voice is, what you're hearing, is that a voice that's been suppressed by the Seattle police all my motherfucking life. They didn't know I could talk like this because I didn't know I could. If you're not here fighting police injustice and brutality in the black community, you are here for the wrong fucking reason. That's what started this. People died for this. And while you get money in your Cash App, we done lost 3 more black people. That should make you feel bad. If you can't pay your motherfucking rent, that's your problem. So anyway, I'm not gonna say nothing else about that. But like I had to tell one of these individuals today, you cannot silence my voice. I'm not gonna let my voice get silenced again, ever, ever.
Come on, tell them, OG.
As far as you white folks go, if you stand with me, I can stand with you.
Let's give it up for Chris.
That was amazing.
All right. Next up is Malcolm Beck. Malcolm? Anywhere? All right. Next up we have Preston. Oh. So let's start this off with a chant. How do you spell racist? SPD! 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 Thank you, everybody. Siblings, sisters, and brothers, my name is Preston, and I'm a rank and file member of UAW 4121, representing thousands of academic student workers at the University of Washington. And I'm proud to share with you that last week in our general membership meeting, we voted nearly unanimously to evict SPOG from the King County Labor Council.
This is in solidarity with our Black, Indigenous, and people of color siblings, and because an injury to one is an injury to all. SPOG stands against this. Their murders of people of color, Sean Furr, Charlena Lyles, and John T. Williams. They've maced kids, they've gassed neighborhoods, and they've vengefully arrested anyone who dared to protest them. Which shows that the King County Labor Council must go further than just kicking out SPOG. Letting them in was a mistake, and now is our chance to correct it. The King County Labor Council must become an organ of the entire working class, which is of every color, lives every culture, speaks every language, and is union and non-union. We must understand that as long as the two richest men rake in billions on our shores, while workers struggle to live in our city, the Seattle Police Department will continue to oppress us. Which is why the council must go further. They must call to defund the Seattle Police Department. And furthermore, they must fight racist gentrification by taxing those same rich motherfuckers. As Sarah Nelson, the flight attendants labor leader once said, solidarity is a force stronger than gravity. It lifts us up. It binds us together. It gives us strength and courage and power to accomplish things no one can achieve alone. Which is just a long way of saying, when we fight, we win! When we fight, we win! When we fight, we win! Solidarity!
All right, press.
Whose lives matter?
Black lives matter!
Whose lives matter?
Black lives matter!
Whose lives matter?
Black lives matter!
All right, y'all. We got Malcolm up next.
No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
Whose lives matter?
Black lives matter!
All right, so originally the march was planned for 7:30, meeting at 10th and Pine, but we want to not divide the people, so we're going to wait till they pack up. And I believe that was around like 8, so we decided to wait till like 8:30 to march, but if it's going on, we continue to keep you guys updated. So again, continue to stay in solidarity. Let's keep the unity going, y'all. Much love.
Thanks so much, Malcolm. All right, next up we have Ahmad. He's going to perform some music. Ahmad over here. Oh, hey, awesome. Come through.
So, I just want to see if we can set this up. I have 1/4-inch cables. Okay. And let's go.
If we don't have any,
No, it's okay. It's okay. That's fine. Yeah. We could try something. Yeah, but
So I want to push a narrative that is important, because a lot of people hear us say equity, and a lot of times it just balances out to like economic balance, but that's not the truth. Our history and our culture didn't start with slavery, and a lot of people have lost that in their minds. They don't understand that we've been culturally disenfranchised as well, not just economically impoverished, and the conditions of us progressing forward requires equity. We cannot actually move in solidarity if we are not on the same page to begin with. If we're starting off in the Monopoly game and everything's already purchased, how the fuck is that equity? So at the end of the day, when you're out here supporting, the concept is good. As you notice when you leave here, many of you leave here, right? And it goes right back to the conditions of racism. I walked out there and I was a nigger to somebody who was chanting with me. They were walking and marching with me, and I was a nigger when I went out there. Did you know how quick that transition was? It was 2 blocks. So what we need is actual tangible transition, because that's going to precede the social construct. If we want to move this narrative and actually make peace and make progression so we are in unity, we need to have unity to begin with. So equity is required. So everyone out here, I want you to know, tangibles. Can I hear you say tangible equity? Tangible equity? Tangible equity? Whose lives matter? Then we need tangible equity. Okay? So as we progress forward, thank you so much for everyone who's in support. Don't allow the conditions of the stagnancy or what you see to be negative to detract from why we're here, but also understand that it needs to progress forth as if you're taking what you get here, get charged up out there. So you need to start looking at every black face out there as if the black faces in here that you want to say matter. You know what I'm saying? If we matter here, we should matter out there too. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Maurice. All right, next up, we're gonna have Nate, followed by Sarah. Oh, did you want to?
No. I want to. Go ahead.
Hello all. I had to step up earlier. That was me with my megaphone girl here. I need you guys to understand this shit right now. If you hear somebody say all lives matter, you ain't here for me. If you stand up with them and you don't boo them the fuck off this stage, you are not here with me. I'm calling everybody out in this fucking crowd. Calling every single one of you motherfuckers out. Cause y'all didn't do enough. Alright? If you're gonna be here, okay? I need you guys to understand this. I'm not here to play games. There's some traumatizing shit that happened here a week ago. Yeah, it's real cool in Coachella vibe right now. There's a lack of police presence and a lack of presence from the people, mentally. You're here physically, but are you here mentally? Do you know why you're here? Do you really know why you're here? Because if you know why you're here, you will not let nobody come on this stage and spew those words of all lives matter. You wouldn't do it. That's why I stepped up. I was trying to have a sandwich break, a nice ass sandwich from Bop Bop, but I couldn't enjoy myself because of the ignorance I saw on this fucking stage. It's not okay. And I should not be the only one stepping up. So I'm calling everybody out. Because if you're gonna be here, you're gonna be here, and I'm personally holding you accountable. All right? I'm not playing games no more. I've been here way too fucking long, and I'm tired, exhausted, physically, mentally, spiritually, all of it. So I'm calling everybody out. Everybody will be held accountable. Ask questions. Question everything. My next point to the gentleman that told me to shut the fuck up, I raise you too, shut the fuck ups. I raise you too. Because when a black woman speaks, you shut the fuck up and listen. Don't hear me. Listen to understand, not to respond. If you're still here, sir, I'm talking to you directly and anybody else that felt the same way.
I will be talking to you as well.
She will also address that.
I'm addressing it with you too.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. My next point is this. I need more black-owned businesses in these vendor tents. That's what I need. That's how you support. I don't know these, nothing against these white folks that are doing their business, but are any of those funds going to the black community or the movement? Is it progressing us? You need to ask these questions before you just freely give your money away. I'm holding you guys accountable. You need to do more. I know you want to help, but that's how you're an ally. Be an ally, but not just giving it up to any person with melanin in their fucking skin. Just because someone's black, don't mean they're for this shit. I'm telling you that as a black woman, all right? I'm telling you that as a black woman that's been here day one every fucking day. Stop doing that shit. Me personally, I'll tell you this. If you've heard me speak, and I'm sure you have, if you've been here every day, like myself, talk to me directly. And don't be aggressive about it. Wait till I'm done speaking and then I will address you. But come to me directly and I will give you valid information about what the fuck is going on and what I actually support. Because I am of the people, for the people, and I'm by the people. Alright? They taught you that shit in the history books, but they don't live by it. I'm gonna show you what it looks like. Alright? Yeah. So I'm putting that out right now. Fuck the bullshit. If I don't say it with my voice, this voice is very unique. Nobody here sounds like me. So understand that if it's not my voice, don't trust that shit. If I don't stand up by those people, don't trust that shit either. Because I don't walk by anybody if I don't believe in what they're saying. If they're not here for the movement and they're starting to tiptoe into all lives matter like that young gentleman earlier? No, sir. This space is not for you. We did not occupy this for you. This is not for you. And I will remind you every motherfucking day. My last point before I get off the mic is this. Understand why it's so important that someone like me is up here doing what I'm doing. Because nobody like me is. You see this skin complexion? Do you know how many interviews? I'm done doing interviews. Let's get that out of the way. All right? I've done at least 3 interviews, and not one of them had my face or my words because I spoke the truth, and I'm a black, strong, unapologetic woman. There's a reason they don't put people like me in the forefront, no matter what truth you're speaking. It is by design, and that is why I do what I do, because the design is broken, so I mean to throw it away. The system is broken, so it needs to be thrown away. Because it does not work for all, it only works for the few. So it's got to go. So today we talk about what we can do in the present, but in the long run, in the bigger picture, you guys need to understand there's something wrong with this system in place. And all these little stupid ass policies, they're cute for right now because it's the footwork we have to presently do. But in the long run, there's way more. In the long run, there's way more work to be done. And as a black woman, a single black mother, I'm doing a lot of fucking work, raising grown ass men just so they can hear my fucking message. I'm tired of that shit. Shut the fuck up and listen to what I have to say, then ask your questions. Okay? Can we agree on that? Cool. I'm done. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you so much, Nate. All right, we got Sarah.
This is like.
I can't. You can't make this.
Damn.
This is crazy happening right now.
Right now.
And I'm streaming.
Wow. Literally took thoughts out of my head into her mouth. So just, can I get a hand up for who was here when there was a car that ran through a bunch of protesters and a shooter ran out? Just a few people. All right, it's story time. So that morning, that same morning, whatever the fuck that day was, I had been already protesting for like 3 days, and I noticed that everyone was using megaphones but could not actually hear or communicate with each other. So I went to Lowe's and with my own money bought a generator, a 3,500 watt generator, and I brought my 1,300 watt speaker down to the front lines because sound was needed simply to hear each other, simply to organize in a more capable way, intelligent way, sensical way. And when that car drove through and time stops and it takes you a while to even compute why a car is driving so fast in your direction in a moment when you did not expect to see a car, and then suddenly you hear gunfire, it was my sound system, my microphone, my generator that was, I don't know, able to communicate to people in the front lines. And in that moment when I heard gunshot, I put down the microphone that I had been holding and I ran because I was fucking terrified, like most people. I got about 50 feet out, and then I realized that the gunshot did not continue. And so I turned around to see what was happening because it was just one gunshot. And I ran back to the speaker because I understood that the point of the speaker is to help hear each other in moments like that are terrifying, and you need to communicate loudly with each other. And Nate, the woman that you just heard, that just came up and is so articulate and so powerful, in that moment I was so scared that I was at a loss for words, and it was her voice that picked up the microphone and made the crowd aware that the protesters that were there, the medics and various people, disarmed that armed shooter in about fucking 5 seconds, right? But in that moment, I was so terrified that I needed this woman who is smaller than me, whose name I did not even know at the time. She was the voice holding people together, reminding them that they were okay. The situation was handled. We were still left there standing, victorious. We had policed ourselves as a people in a way that made sense and was effective. It was interesting what happened when the shooter was handed over to police and the gentleness with which he was treated. It's been a topic of suspicion.
So I have a lot to say, a lot more than my time would allot, but I want to address the brother that was talking about people having a Cash App here, because I just put out a Cash App like 3 days ago because I've put a lot of energy. Nate has put a lot of energy. A lot of white and black people have put a lot of energy into being here every single day for about 16 fucking days. And yeah, no, I don't know how I'm gonna pay my rent or my bills or like what the fuck I'm gonna do after this, because I did not come here with any intention of organizing or leading. I made my George Floyd sign on cardboard from like a package I received, and I was just gonna protest. I was just gonna march, but I find myself in a situation where there's a lot of bullshit to call out, a lot of organization that needs to happen, a lot of people speaking out of turn, a lot of people still not understanding what it's like to not have space as a black woman to simply be heard, a lot of people that don't fully know what patriarchy feels like, they don't fully know what racism feels like. I don't have answers. I have a fuck ton of questions and like a bullshit radar like you wouldn't believe. If some shit doesn't sit well with me, it's probably not gonna sit well with a lot of other people. And that's part of the black girl magic. Black girl magic is a complicated, complex thing, but part of what it is a bullshit reader, because we are one of the most oppressed people. Not only am I black and I'm having to deal with racism, and I've been dealing with racism for 33 years, but I'm also a woman and I have to deal with patriarchy. And I have to deal with the fact that as American, we are not socialized in a way where we actually know how to communicate or collaborate. If possible, tonight, if everyone could look up tools of nonviolent communication, that would be great. Because I'm seeing a lot of arguments here, including myself, that shouldn't even necessarily be happening. It's the tone of voice that we speak to each other with. A lot of these men out here don't understand how much time I have to actually listen to them, to be compassionate, to hear them, but not if you are not willing to hear my own voice. I know the power of my own intellect and the power of my own spirit. So yes, if you are white, you are needed. If you are whatever, you are needed. You are welcome here. But if your voice takes up too much space, there is literally not enough time or amplification to share the stage with the black people that need to speak. But yes, you're needed. And I'm so glad that I'm seeing more colors here. But if you are in a space where it's only men, or only white people, or only black men, or only black women, question it, but also check your energy. Like, can we just communicate, respect, listen to each other? I'm a super emotional person. Sometimes I just need to go home and take a nap and like have a good meal and check myself. If you are in an argument that is escalating to a point where you're just screaming at each other, either walk away, get louder, check the person, find an ally, question your situation, but like the tension here is needed. I just need for especially men to gather non-violent communication skills so that when a black woman is talking to you, you shut the fuck up and you listen, but you understand that I will also shut the fuck up and listen when it's your turn to speak.
Wow. Appreciate you, Sarah. Thank you.
Wow, that was beautiful.
We're going to break it up with a little chant. When I say, when black lives are under attack, what do we do? When black lives are under attack, what do we do? When black lives are under attack, what do we do? All right, so we got one quick announcement. The international longshoremen are doing a shutdown of all of the West Coast ports in this country on Juneteenth. Yeah, let's hear it for that. This is how labor can show that we stand concretely for justice. And so they're asking that folks come out to Pier 46 on Friday at 10 a.m. to join them and show solidarity. So just wanted to a basket going around. Can the brother who brought up the basket raise their hand or show where they are? Collecting food donations. If folks have food that they want to donate, I believe it's going to go to the CHOP project. So, all right.
next up, we got Mary. Mary, you want to come up? Hey, Mary.
Hello? Okay. So, my name is Mary Williams, and I'm here today because I wanted to petition everyone event that I'm trying to organize with Reagan Jackson, who is the director of YWE Lead, if anyone is familiar with that. We want to host a blackout here on Juneteenth, and the theme is collective healing for Black people and Black liberation and joy. And one, I want to say thank you to the Black women that have been up here today bringing the fire, because I feel like you're doing the work that a lot of us can't do right now because we need to rest and we need to grieve and we're having a hard time. And so that's what this event is about. It's about centering Blackness at CHOP, not saying that everyone has to leave, but saying that we really want people to be here holding the perimeter and prioritizing safety, because so much of the Black community is scared to be out here because they don't trust that white people are really here to center Blackness, are really here to protect living Black bodies, not just the hypervisibility of dead Black bodies. And so what we're asking is for this field and this space from 8 to 8 p.m. on Friday, Juneteenth. We've got an amazing lineup of facilitators, and we've been raising funds so that we can pay Black people well for the work that they do.
Where do I donate?
We have a GoFundMe. You can at me at Miss Mary HW on everything, and all the links are there. All the information is there. The lineup is there. The vision is there. But really it's just about grief circles, meditation, yoga for Black people here in CHOP. And we want all of the allies here, but we want you to be on the perimeter, protecting, defending if any threats happen. And we really want to not only regain some trust in the Seattle white community, who can really center Blackness and hold space and be okay with that, but we also want to be able to heal in public, because even though Black liberation is about fighting for the bare minimum of the right to live safely, of the right to not be antagonized and hurt by the police, which is what we're fighting for, Black liberation is also about thriving. And before we can thrive, we need to have spaces where we can heal, and we need that to be respected, and we need to feel safe enough to do that. And healing in public is an act of resistance, because normally we have to hide our vulnerability, we have to hide our softness, we have to make sure that we're safe all the time. And so, one, I'm really hopeful about this space and about everyone that's here. And two, we really want to be able to do it, and it's already planned. We've raised a lot of the money. And so that's why I'm here. They said show up and petition. They said show up and tell people that we want this space. Only the field, not anything else. Everybody on their tents, whatever. That's cool. So yeah, again, at me at Miss Mary HW. There's a Facebook event called Blackout at the CHOP. We've got a lot of traction, a lot of people in the community supporting, participating. So that's really all I had to say. And thank you again to the Black people that are here today. It's good to see you.
So awesome. Thank you so much, Mary. All right, we got a quick announcement from Anna.
Whose lives matter? Black lives matter. Whose lives matter? Black lives matter. Whose lives matter? Black lives matter. Thank you, everybody. My name is Anna Hockman. I am a rank and file educator of AFT Local 1789. Just a couple announcements. One, the debate on SPOG has started. Okay, so if you want to tune in, the URL is right there, tinyurl.com/MLK SPOG out. Okay, and one, I just want to make a little sort of plug to you all. You know, as you know, putting things together like this costs money, right? And we're putting out a call, if you can, to make a small donation. Whatever you can will help. Anything extra, we're going to donate to Decriminalize Seattle. Right, the people have been really at the forefront of doing this work. We have a Venmo set up. We're putting it up there. Any little bit that you can, right? We got to support the people, especially Decriminalize Seattle, that's really been at the forefront in making this happen and making this space happen. So we need to make sure we're accountable to them. So anything that you can help, that you can donate would help a lot. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. Okay, next up we have Daniel Contreras. Are you here?
Yeah, Daniel. Yeah.
Sounds like folks know Daniel. All right.
How you doing?
Hello.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
Yeah, the
thank
gray
you.
one is just died out.
You know,
It's
I'm
overheated.
52 years old, and I swear to God, this is one of the most
It's either
beautiful
died out
things
or
I've
overheated,
ever
so
seen
it's
in
not
Seattle.
going.
We got
The
the
gray
sun
one that's
out, we
plugged
got
into the
everybody here
video.
enjoying each other. Shit, I thought I was gonna die
It's just
seeing
small.
the world where authorities got away with the things that they get away with. I grew up in Bellevue, Washington. Yeah. I moved there in 1978. I know y'all fucking hate it, and I do too.
Okay,
But the point being is, I started school there in the 6th grade, and I saw it instantly. You know, by the time it was high school, all my friends were driving Mercedes-Benz, and they didn't even have a fucking job. And I worked 40 hours a week at a tropical fish store, and I had to buy myself a 1970 Mustang Grande. It was just ridiculous, which is a fucking great car. Yes, it is.
Hold on, I have another one.
So,
I brought three batteries.
I was pulled over probably 40 or 50 times in my life, literally. And it ranged from everything to, oh, you had bald tires. Oh, well, you just didn't look right. There was a robbery in the neighborhood. All the fucking excuses you can imagine. And I had to persevere and live through them. They'd pull me over for bald tires and they'd search my car. One would talk to me and the other one would search it. I'd be like, sorry, officers, no drugs today. You know, but it was a horrible existence. Everybody thought, oh, you're a spoiled Bellevue fucking boy. Not at all. Bill Gates lived on the other side of town, big time. I grew up living in condos and apartments, occasional houses. I love Seattle. It's such a different world. It's amazing the two are so close to each other.
That's the one that's
And,
dead.
you know, I just got to say that
I just plugged it up to another.
brown lives matter too.
The small black one.
Thank you.
The other time
Peace.
we started out, so I plugged that one in.
So there was supposed to be a people's assembly here at 6:30 or 6 o'clock, and this is not that. But this is really important, I believe. So I'm kind of conflicted because it might be possible for us to have a people's assembly after this, but it's going to be kind of late at that point, like 8 o'clock. And I need people to know that their personal safety is a thing. And there's a march. Another group is having a march. Another group is having a march. I will be staying here and seeing if anyone wants to have a people's assembly. If not, maybe today that idea will dissolve. Yeah, but that was just an announcement about if you were here because we said every day at 6:30. This is not the people's assembly, but this is really important.
Battery, I can use it. I want to like use all the small
So
batteries.
thanks so much for that announcement, Sarah. We have Leith.
Yeah, I want to consolidate.
Leith?
Yes.
Are you here?
Yes.
Oh, hey.
I'm gonna plug it in
Come through.
next. No problem.
Hi,
Yeah.
my name is Leith Call, and I'm a worker in a workplace. And what I just told you by telling you I'm a worker in a workplace is that I do not work in law enforcement because there's a difference between workers and cops. They're not the same thing. And before I go into any details about my workplace or what industry it's in or what unions exist in it or whether I'm in one or if so, which one, before I go into any details about my workplace or what industry it's part of or whether there's any unions in it and if so, which ones or which one I'm in, I want to point out something that's more important than all of that. In this country right now, the majority of cops are in collective bargaining organizations. The majority of workers are not. Okay, I'm going to say it again. The majority of cops in this country right now are in collective bargaining organizations. The majority of workers are not. Okay? And that's a problem. And not only that, for the last 40 years, the number and percentage of cops that are in collective bargaining organizations has been going up. The number of workers and the percentage of workers in collective bargaining organizations have been going down. That's what's been happening for the last 40 years. So we've got to ask, why is that? because it wasn't always that way.
Thank you.
You see, 41 years ago, in 1979, the head of the AFL-CIO at the time, George I Never Walked a Picket Line Meany, and his name was George I Never Walked a Picket Line Meany because in his official authorized autobiography, Meany and His Times, he brags, literally brags, about the fact that never once did he walk a single picket line, never once did he hold a single picket sign the whole time he was a union leader. And he made the decision in 1979, his last year as head of AFL-CIO, that he was going to merge the International Union of Police Associations into the AFL-CIO. Prior to that, the cop guilds and the unions of the AFL-CIO had been separate organizations. George I Never Walked a Picket Line Meany merged them in 1979, and since that time, since the year after that, the number of workers in collective bargaining organizations has been going down, and the number of cops in them has been going up. It was just 2 years later that Ronald Reagan fired all the public sector air traffic controllers, 11,000 air traffic controllers in the Union PATCO, and banned them from all civil service for the rest of their lives. But no American government at the federal, county, or state and municipal level has done that to law enforcement for the last 40 years. Now, prior to that, the number of workers was going up. It had been going up since a major turning point in the late 60s. You see, in 1968, there was a big deal that went down in Memphis. It was called the Memphis Sanitation Workers Strike. It lasted for 2 months, and garbage collectors faced off with the Memphis Police Department. It was a long, bloody, hard-fought strike. 2 workers died on an unsafe truck at the beginning of it, and 2 martyrs were killed during the strike. One by white supremacist snipers. You might have heard of him. His name was Dr. Martin Luther King on April 4th. And another one, 16-year-old African-American man named Larry Payne, beaten to death by the Memphis Police Department for supporting that strike on March 28, 1968. Now, that strike was a major turning point for collective bargaining in this country, especially among non-law enforcement public sector workers. AFSCME was it's the most famous public sector union. AFSCME, you heard of it? It was AFSCME Local 1733 that was doing that strike in Memphis. Well, they were at just about 250,000 members, 1968. By 1978, they had passed the 1 million mark. It was a huge turning point, and labor movement was surging. In the 50s and 60s, the public sector unions of any occupation averaged less than 50 strikes a year. Throughout the 70s, they averaged 375 strikes a year. It was surging, and it all turned around. It all turned around in 1979 when George I Walked a Picket Line Meany merged the cops into the AFL-CIO. This is a situation, this is an arrangement that is not working for the workers. Now, I've written an article about all this. It's at workersandcopsaredifferent.com. I'll say that again. Workersandcopsaredifferent.com. Now, incidentally, I'm a member of a movement called the Million Worker March Movement, and I'm also a member of the Asa Philip Randolph Institute, which is a civil rights constituency organization of the AFL-CIO. You don't have to be in a bargaining unit to join it. You just have to be a worker who demonstrates their commitment to the civil and human rights struggle. And this is a very significant moment. The co-author of the article I just mentioned, the other co-author, he is not only representing that organization in the Labor Council right now, arguing for SPOG to be kicked out of the Labor Council, the four other constituency groups, the Asian Pacific American Labor Alliance, the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists, Pride at Work, and the Labor Council for Latin American Advancement, they've all banded together. The minority constituency organizations in the AFL-CIO have all banded together in unity around this position, that the cops should not be in the AFL-CIO. And they are all taking the same position together tonight. Now, this is an important moment because Trumka, the head of the AFL-CIO, he has made his position very clear. If you've seen what he said in the last week, he is circling the AFL's wagons around the cops to defend them at the national level, and he's making it very clear he does not want to detach himself. The national leadership of the AFL-CIO does not want to detach themselves from the only dues base that's been growing for the last 40 years, while all the others have been shrinking because of it. So whatever happens tonight in our labor council, a big split in the labor movement is coming. There's an important book, short book you should all study at this moment. It's called The CIO's Left-Led Unions by Steve Rossworm. Talks about what happened the last time in 1949 when the 11 labor unions that were really independent of the bosses and the cops were expelled from the Congress of Industrial Organizations for having that independence. This is a moment where we can bring the real labor movement back, but it's not going to be. It's not going to be with Richard Trumka's AFL-CIO. See, he has made it very clear to all the workers in this country that the AFL-CIO is going to go down into the sunset of history as the cops plus the allies of the cops. So you all have to think about where you work and where your coworkers are at and how much organization your coworkers have, because this is a moment when a real labor federation, a real union movement has got to emerge. And it won't come from the AFL-CIO, it's got to emerge from you at work. Now, the zone is important too, the park is important too, the space is important too as a place to regroup, connect, and heal and share with like-minded people. But remember, when we're in the space, we're with like-minded people in a space. When you're at work, if you can build your co-workers, if you can build enough unity and enough understanding with your co-workers, you become a giant. When you have unity at work, you have only to fold your arms and the whole wide world stands still. But we have to do it autonomously from the cops. This will never happen in a labor federation that is joined at the hip to the cops, and where the cops expect, because they're affiliated to you, that you have to support their demands for qualified immunity to commit homicide. It's not going to work like that. The cops plus the allies of the cops is not a model for a labor movement that can work. It has to be autonomous. And we've got to form a new one, and it's going to start with all of you here. Last thing I'll say to you about that workplace. I'm a longshoreman, by the way, and on Juneteenth, we're shutting down all 29 ports from Bellingham to San Diego in Juneteenth. First time we've ever done it for Juneteenth. First time a major industrial union has ever done it for Juneteenth. I hope everybody knows the word Juneteenth in America after this. Emancipation Day, the day when the Emancipation Proclamation finally reached Texas. I hope everybody learns that word. 10 a.m. we're rallying at Pier 46 at the intersection of Atlantic Street and East Marginal Way, starting at 10 a.m. And after we rally, we're going to march from there over to the Department of Corrections office at 1550 4th Avenue to protest against the slave labor, retaliation, mistreatment, and abuse of the human rights of the imprisoned workers that's going on in this state. And I hope you all join us in doing that. It's going to be a Juneteenth to remember. And workers are cops and are different. And you can read all about that at workersandcopsAreDifferent.com.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lee. Hey, hey! Ho, ho! These racist cops have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! These racist cops have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho!
These racist cops have got to go!
Hey, hey! Ho, ho!
These racist cops have got to go!
Hell yeah. All right. Now we have a quick announcement from Whitney Kahn. You want to come up?
Hi, everybody. How are you feeling? I'm giving you a quick update. My name is Whitney Kahn. I'm from the Seattle Education Association. I'm also a DSA member, and I'm here to give a quick update about the Martin Luther King County Labor Council. They are now debating this issue of expelling SPOG from the Martin Luther King County Labor Council. And so far, about 3 hours ago, the executive board of the King County Labor Council voted 18-8 to recommend expelling the Seattle Police Officers Guild. That is a start. That is a recommendation. The whole delegate body is now debating it, and I've gotten a report from a delegate that the speakers are overwhelmingly in favor. We've got speakers from Protect 17, AFT 1789, SEIU 925, SAG, AFTRA musicians. We've got a lot of people speaking in favor. ILW 52. And so far, the firefighters have spoken against expelling SPOG. We're not done with this battle yet. Their meeting goes until 8 unless extended. There are right now 360 people on that call. They are watching this rally. They are feeling the heat. You can join here and listen in as you listen to more speakers. And that's all I got for you now, but I'll let you know when there are more updates. The battle rages on. Whose lives matter?
Black Lives Matter!
Black Lives Matter? And when I say Black Lives Matter, you'll say SPOG out now. Ready? Black Lives Matter?
SPOG out now!
Black Lives Matter?
SPOG out now!
Awesome. Thank you for that update, Whitney. All right, we got a lot of speakers left. So we're going to go till 8. It's about 7:18 now. We're going to try and get through as many speakers as possible. So next up, we got Ryan. Where you at, Ryan? Hey.
What's up, Ryan? Right here. I'm right here. You know something? I'm not a good speaker at all, but I'd like everybody would stand up and look at each other and say, one love. Let's go. One love. Elbows up. One love.
One love!
Hey, do we love each other?
Yeah!
Let's go. Come on, y'all. Elbows up. One love. We love each other, right? Let's show each other. Let's show each other. Show each other we really love each other. Come on, man. Quit faking. Let's do this shit. Hey, one love.
One love!
Let's go.
Thank you, Ryan. Future speakers, maybe don't drop the mic. All right. Next up, we got Gina. Come through, Gina.
You're not going to speak, or you're too shy? Okay, will you get my number and
Hey, my name is Gina Kim, and I'm here to speak about what I hope would be an important issue to everybody. And I'm here to plug this 12-step meeting that we're going to have at 9:30, right behind me. And to qualify, I'd like to share with you, so 3 years ago I ran for office, and before I came out as gender fluid, I was the first female presenting person in the country to ever do so, publicly open as an addict in recovery. And it was quite the experience. And I wanted to speak on this issue, particularly because addiction and substance use has disproportionately affected the Black community. And before the opioid epidemic, there was the crack epidemic. And we are only paying attention to it now. And I want everyone in the audience who is listening to me, who can actually hear me, if you are ashamed, if you are suffering, if you are high, I want you to hear me. You are wanted, needed, and loved. And there is a solution. There are a lot of people handling like COVID Coachella. And I want you to know, especially you, that if you're high, if you're drunk, we welcome you most of all. And to qualify even further, after I ran for office, I did not win, but I challenged a 12-year incumbent. And I got damn close, and I scared the shit out of him. Okay?
Yeah!
After that, I worked at the Senate, and we cried with Charlene Lyles' family. After De-Escalate Washington was passed, only to have it overturned. And one thing that I really, really need you to hear is that folks, especially with mental health issues, when I had to sit with the people from the police and to hear that they had very little training on how to handle that. And Charlene Lyles was 100 pounds soaking wet. She was pregnant and shot in front of her children. And as someone whose father has schizophrenia, it scares me. She called the police to help her. And those of you with invisible disabilities out there, I want you to know, I've been put in a 5-point restraint before. I've had a mental health hygiene arrest done to me in a drug-induced psychosis. If I can get clean, so can you. So we actually do recover.
And too many times, especially the black community, especially, only the worst of us in the worst place of our lives are placed on the news. And I want you to know that more faces like us, okay, need to rise up. And we'll be meeting right here at 9:30. I know there's a lot of events, but we'll try to move it if you are not comfortable. Even if you're not an addict, you have a family member, if you've been affected by this generational trauma, I want you to know there's a place for you. So that is my message here today. And thank you for giving me a platform to speak. And that is all. Thank you.
I love you, Gina. You're amazing.
Thank you so much, Gina. All right, next up, we got Como.
Just because the name of the meeting is really, really awesome, it's called the Fuck 12-Step Meeting. You know what we mean, not the steps, the police.
All right, Como, you around? No? Okay. Rooks, you want to come up? You got time now? All right.
How's everybody doing? That's good, that's good. One love, right? One love? Yeah, that was beautiful that you came up here and did that, right? You guys look around. Look around at each other. You guys see who's in the crowd? All the different nationalities of people, right? Look here, bro. The measure of a man is not his pride, ego. Each one teach one. We grow. We don't give a fuck about the law. It's been us against them people. So now we take affirmative action. We can't let them get no free throws. You understand me? Black Lives Matter. That doesn't mean we're above anybody. Our issues haven't been highlighted for so long. So this is like finally when you're listening to an angry person and all they can do is yell at you and scream at you and you're like, bro, I'm trying to understand. Bro, this is that hurt that's coming out. So when you guys hear Black Lives Matter, it's not us putting ourselves above you or anything like that. It's us letting you know this is our time to hurt. You understand? Because at the end of the day, we're all out here, right? I didn't see a few people come up here. Not all of them were black, and they have struggles too. I talked to a lot of people around here. Not all of them are black. They have struggles too. A few people had very similar struggles to my own. And that's why we're all here today, because we've all faced an oppression from a system that was created to hinder all of us, not just our race, but in how we think about people, how we care about people, how we feel about people. Inside of CHOP, if you look around, bro, everything was built off of love for each other. Everything here was simply off of, hey, I got this. Let me bring this. What do you need? I got it probably. If I don't got it, somebody else got it. It was love, right? Yes. One love, right? Yes. We're all here under one accord. Justice, freedom, and equality, right? That's what everybody wants, right? Yes. Nobody wants to feel oppressed, right? Yes. Nobody wants to feel left out, right? We got the Hispanic people pulled up with the tacos yesterday, okay? Woo! Shout out to them. We got the African American community. They came out, they had to get theirs too. He's selling shirts, Black Lives Matter. Go support, right? Reparations, that's how we get ours. I want you guys to understand, they didn't take us from where we came from because of our race. That's not what none of this was about. You know what they seen when they seen us? And us as in all of us people and where we originated from? They seen that we could do shit like this. And that's what made them want to take us from where we were from, because they couldn't do it where they were at on their own. That's why they don't like us so much. That's why there was a system created. They took everything that we knew naturally as a people and then tried to implement their ideas into it, and it made us turn against each other because we're thinking it's all different. But honestly, this shit look all the same to me. I see black people in tents, white people in tents, black people with food, white people with food, Mexicans, Asians. I done had a kebab with some shit on it, I don't even know what it's called. Okay?
So remember that when you guys are out here, bro. When we say Black Lives Matter, don't feel little, don't feel less. Take it as somebody telling you they're hurt. They felt that pain. They've been through shit. Don't think of it as like, oh, they think they're better. No. No. Because we've spent years as the real niggas, okay? We've spent years being quiet while everybody gets to talk and gets to have their way. So just understand that when we say that, it's either we're feeling good and we want everybody else to feel good. Black Lives Matter, right? When we say whose lives matter? Oh my God. One love. You feel me? It's not about belittlement, bro. We don't want to start reverse racism. We don't want to start switching the superiority to somebody else. We want the even playing field, right? Everybody's sitting down right now, right? No, and nobody's better than nobody. You guys are all even right now. You're all equal right now. If I was to shoot any one of you guys could die right now. If you guys shot me right now, I would die the same way. So remember that. Keep up the love. Remember it's about justice and equality and freedom. You understand me? I love you guys. If you see me around here, say hi. I love all of you guys. Don't be scared to speak your mind, but do it in a respectful way. If you guys see any drama that's going on, don't play into it, right? Because we're all grown. We've been around bullies before. We all know if you don't give them any attention, they shut up and go away, right? So enjoy your time here, bro. Soak in that love that you need. Not that you want, that you need. Everybody here, you need it right now. That's why you're here. You came here searching for something, whether it was to help, whether it was to heal, whether it was to see, whether it was to teach. You came here for something and it's all part of your growth. It's all part of your being. Enjoy that shit. Love each other, and I'm out of this.
Thanks so much, Brooks. Beautiful words. All right. Next up, we got Ross. Are you here?
Hello, everybody. I am a member of ATU 587. I am a bus driver here on occupied, unceded Duwamish land. I think it's really important to acknowledge that, because when we understand that we are on stolen land, we understand that the people that prop up the system are the real criminals, right? I love my job. I think it's super important, but I'm really frustrated with the tools that Metro provides me to deal with conflict. You can't hear me? Is this better? I love being a bus driver, but I am frustrated with the tools that Metro provides me to deal with any issues that arrive on my bus. The tool that they give me is the police. I want to give you 2 examples. A person at the end of my route was not waking up. I went over to try to wake them up, and I noticed that they were breathing very slowly. I was concerned that this person was having an overdose and that could die in front of me. So I called for medical assistance. The paramedics showed up, and so did the police. And the police arrested her because she had a warrant out for her arrest. So my bus became a tool for policing the community. That's fucking bullshit. A few months ago, there was a fight on my bus, and I was able to de-escalate it and break it up. But in order to do that, I broke Metro policy. Metro policy was for me to call the police. One of the people in this altercation was black. So I knew if I called the police, there was a chance that they could show up and murder him. And I refused to be an agent of the police in my job. These are just 2 examples of why we need to completely restructure the labor movement in Martin Luther King County. A labor movement that is centered on Black lives. We cannot do that with SPOG in the Labor Council. We know they are entirely antithetical to the movement for Black lives. So right now we're dealing with two opposing forces. One is an understanding now that is now spreading across the country, especially among white people, that we do not need the police. And the other force is the Seattle Police Officers Guild that will do everything that they can to convince us that they matter, that their jobs matter. But their jobs don't matter. What matters? What matters? Just really quick, I want to say something to white folks. I've been encouraged by seeing so many white folks showing up, but I need to say, it's not about just showing up, it's about how you show up. And you must show up understanding that you are racist. Okay? It's not our fault that we were steeped in white supremacy, but it is our responsibility to right now be deep in reflection about the ways that we cause racial harm, whether intentional or not. And oftentimes, the most harm we cause is unintentional. And I'm saying this because our delegation right now is in that meeting. We have 6 delegates. My union is one of the largest % black representatives. However, 4 of our 6 delegates are white. They're making decisions centered on themselves. And they're in leadership, and they have a choice to make. And I want to say to my president, Ken Price, you have a choice to make right now. Are you going to vote to uphold institutional racism? Or are you going to vote to be the force for change? That's all I want to say. Thank you all so much.
Thanks so much, Ross. Whose lives matter? Black lives matter! All right, we got Mark Anthony up next.
Hey everybody, my name is Mark Anthony. I am a Seattle native right here from the Central District. Lived in Washington my whole life. I am a graduate of the University of Washington with a degree in history. To start off, can I get a round of applause for the word education, because it is that powerful. Education causes fear. I would like to explain something to y'all. If you could please take a moment and raise your fist up in solidarity. I want everybody to raise their fist up, because I want to explain to you all exactly what this fist represents. I know a lot of you don't know. Let me break it down like this. Each and every one of us has 5 fingers. Well, most of us do. Most of us have 5 fingers, right? If you try to attack something with just one of those fingers, you're probably not going to do that much damage. You can use 2 fingers, even 3 fingers. Probably not going to do that much damage. But if you ball those 5 fingers into a fist, you can fuck some shit up. That represents the power of the people united. This is what we can do when we come together as one and stand as one. There is nothing that can stop us, especially here in Seattle, where we have the smartest people in the world, and we will prove it, will we not? Now, I would like to really bring this issue home for a lot of us, because we've been screaming Black Lives Matters for a long time, but we really need to talk about why. The reason why is because even right now in 2020, by every definition of the word genocide, black people are still being genocided today. So let's take a moment and define the word genocide according to the United Nations Geneva Convention, shall we? Number 1, killing members of the group. Then we can check that one off the list, right? Yeah? All right, number 2, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. Now, we already know about the bodily harm. We see that by the shots we're getting, by people getting attacked and choked. We know that. But have you heard the pain in some of the voices you've heard today? You can't tell me that's not mental harm. Number 3, deliberately inflicting on the group
conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction, either in whole or in part. Either in whole or in part. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction. Has anyone here ever heard of a little town called Flint, Michigan? Has anybody heard of the disparity in healthcare for black women, especially during childbirth? Can we check that one off the list? Are we 3 for 3? Number 4, imposing measures intended to prevent births from within the group. Aren't we also fighting a battle right now for Planned Parenthood and things like that? We can check that one off the list as well, can't we? And last but not least, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Now this one can actually be looked at a few different ways. How many children do we have locked up in our criminal system today that are black people or people of color? They are forcibly removed from their group. In addition to that, I see a lot of black children that are adopted by white people, but how often do you see it the reverse way? So that is 5 out of 5, and I just dropped my phone, but I don't need it anymore. 5 out of 5. We have been genocided since we have been brought here, and it still continues today. That is why I'm up here, is to share with you guys the information that I have attained, because I know not everybody has access to that. But I want to share some more information with you guys, because it's gotten really personal here in Seattle, I must say. I would like you to raise your hand if this past week you or somebody you know was the victim of a war crime. Look around and see how many hands you have up. Now I want to define exactly what a war crime is a little bit, because some of you may not know. Ever since 1925 and the Geneva Protocol, the use of chemical warfare has been banned in international wars. So my question is, if it is a war crime to use chemical warfare from people on people who are from another part of the world, what makes our government and our police officers here make them think it is okay to use it against their own citizens? Can anybody answer that question for me? Because I would love to hear it. And you know, I would also like to see them be held accountable. Because as we all know, following orders is no excuse. We learned that from the Nazis, did we not? The Nazis were just following orders, and after they committed those orders, they were tried after we invented the rules of genocide and the laws against them. We tried them after. So I want to ask you guys, do you think we should let these cops get off with the war crimes they have committed? No! I say hell no, they should be held accountable, should they not? Yes! One more thing I want to say before I get off the mic and pass it on to the next person is that this last weekend really turned into a festival here. It really turned into a party because of the national media attention that we get and the narrative that the conservative media put behind us. They started calling us things like Chaz and autonomous zone, like we're just declaring ourselves a rebel nation and doing our own thing out here, kicking in and smoking in a park. We didn't come here for that. We came here to exercise our right to protest. And you know what? They seem to always be all about American freedoms until somebody else wants to express their freedom. It is my freedom to protest, and they have a problem with that. It is my freedom to take a knee, and they have a problem with that freedom of speech. It is our freedom to marry who we want to marry, and they have a problem with that as well. So I decided, you know what? We need to really make sure we get the point driven across to these guys, because they think it's a game, and it is not. I did not come up here to play. Chaz sounds like a joke. Chaz sounds like a straight up joke. And the members of this group decided we don't want to have that narrative behind us. So we changed the name to CHOP. Capitol Hill Organized Protest. Capitol Hill Organized Protest. CHOP. You guys think that gets the point a little bit more across? Yes. Yeah? Well, let me share a little bit more history for you. There was another revolution that was started because people started valuing money over lives, property over people. Has anyone here ever heard of the French Revolution? Does anybody here know what happened to those who did not get on board with the French Revolution?
They got what? They got their head chopped off by what? By a guillotine. We're not playing with you. This is serious. And we're going to keep marching every day, taking over these precincts and these highways until you hear us and make some changes that are permanent and effective and stopping this genocide and doing what's right. And you will be held accountable for the war crimes you have committed.
Wow, powerful stuff. All right, next up we got Kareem.
How y'all live in Seattle? Solid. I don't know if y'all see me around, but my name is Kareem. That name translates to generous. So if y'all seen me and already act like that, then I must be doing my part as a general human. I see a bunch of humans and many others if I get the chance to delineate around me. How y'all living tonight, Seattle? Solid. So y'all came out here like any other day else for various reasons that we are all conglomerating on in various ways. The gentlemen and many gentlemen and ladies before you have spit out their whole proceedings on how this event is turning out, no matter how you feel in any capacity. Do y'all understand me, Seattle? Yes. Solid. Like I said, my name is Kareem. I've been running a hospitality tent personally for the few days that I've been here in Progression. I didn't even think my personal self was going to be out here, no matter how I felt internally, because I was looking after a female friend, not girlfriend, complicated situations. But she felt so self-righteous as to put herself on the front line a few days ago while we was, encountering our opposition of what would that be then? Officers of the law. And that was then. Now we building our essentially city in a new representative way, as we've already developed day by day, are going through a process where honestly, I can't lie to y'all, any and all help could be needed. Any and all help can be needed, will be needed. And I love y'all. So, with that being said, all I really wanted to say is that the progressions you see before you are a progression of many different delegates coming from many different ways. Y'all already here for it. Help in any which way you can. I, at 23 years of age and living in Tacoma, don't even necessarily need to be here to tell y'all that we all have a ultimately delegated mission to look after our people. With that being said, I must hand off the mic to much worthy opponents as we get through the components of what we need to disown money, things that you feel anything you could own. You live on a mind line set of where the fuck you grow home, it is your own. But as we own anything that we do, sometimes bullshit we can and cannot condone. Do what you can. Let's go ahead in this region and make a throw. Much love, y'all. Stay well.
All right. Next up, we got Steve Lay from SEIU. You want to come up? You still here? Hey, Steve.
Hi everybody, my name is Steve Lee. I'm a member of Service Employees 9 to 5, which I think is going to be voting the right way tonight, I hope. And also a member of Seattle Revolutionary Socialists. I want to say thank everybody for coming out. This is fantastic. This is just about the best movement that we've seen in this country since the 1960s. This is about the best movement we've seen since the 1960s. We have already in 3 weeks accomplished amazing things. We have banned in many cities chokeholds. We've banned chemical weapons. We've gotten cops indicted quicker than ever before. We've done a lot. And everybody here should be happy and proud about that. But that's just the beginning. This system is a fundamentally, thoroughly rooted racist system. This country was founded on 2 gigantic acts of racial oppression: the genocide of Native American people and the enslavement of African people. And that system is still with us. And the police who represent that system represent racism. Fundamentally, they cannot do otherwise. As long as this system exists and they defend it, they are defending a system that is fundamentally racist and also a system that concentrates the wealth at the top. That's why I think it was wrong for the King County Labor Council to put conditions on the Police Officers Guild and say, well, if you say you're not racist, we'll let you stay in. Donald Trump says he's not a racist. You ever hear him say that? He says, I am the least racist person you'll ever run into. Words don't matter. What matters is actions. And the Seattle Police Officers Guild has shown itself to be continually racist, and it has to be. If we want to get rid of that system, if we want to really end police brutality, we're going to have to ultimately abolish the police. And that means that we're going to have to get rid of the whole capitalist system and the whole state system that exists. In order to do that, we are going to need a thorough revolution in this country. And we need to begin organizing for that now. While we fight for black lives, while we fight against racism under this system, we also need to organize to overthrow this system. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Steve. All right, so we're coming up pretty close to 8 now, so we're going to have just a couple of speakers left. We have an announcement coming up from the labor folks, for the folks from the Labor Council. In the meanwhile, let's have Micah. Are you here? Do you want to come up and speak?
Gotta give me a voice drop. Where you go? Here. Right. Perfect. There's a step in front of you. There's the second step, and then you're at the top. Thank you. Of course.
Oh, I see what she meant about it being like short. I'm 5'10". Shoot. Hey y'all, my name is Micah. My full name is Micah Enrique Lusignan Santiago. I'm very obviously mixed right there. I am white passing. I really just want to have a simple. Can you guys hear me in the back, just really quick? Louder, got it. I wanted to make sure. Ooh, I'm like touching that. 9 years ago, I started losing my vision due to a genetic disease called Leber's, which rendered me legally blind. So I actually can't see any of your beautiful faces, but you all have masks on anyway, so I don't think either of you can. And about 2 years after that, I had to learn this concept of not focusing on what I can't do and start focusing on what I can do. And thank you. Mind you, I'm not making this about me. Whose lives matter?
Black lives matter.
Thank you. Want to make sure that's clear. Some of the things that I couldn't do anymore. I could not drive a car. I could not see my younger brother and sister and their smiles, and I raised them. I could not see couldn't see beautiful women in bathing suits or anything like that on the beach.
I don't know if they're gonna be able to move it
I
now.
realized very quickly that as my mental health spiraled, that something had to change. And it wasn't until I had my first Latino teacher at Tai High School down in SeaTac. Do we have any Southsiders here? Yes, hear you. Thank you. Mr. Lozano was his name, and he said this thing to our class like, man, you're already at the bottom. Why don't you actually try to do something with your lives? The worst thing that happens is you end up back at the bottom. And it was really crazy because you hear that from anyone else and you're like, oh, that rubs me the wrong way. But you hear this from this Mexican guy who looks like the guy in a Tapatio bottle, and you're like, oh, maybe I should try something. And then I ended up going to community college and getting my associates with a 3.5 with honors while being homeless. And mind you, that's not me. Like, I'm on the shoulders of all the friends that supported me through that. And then I went on to apply to the University of Washington because I thought, what the heck? Worst thing that happens, I go to Central. Smack on Central. But I applied and I got accepted. And I worked part-time back at Tyee High School as an in-class support tutor, providing academic and emotional support to students. What does that mean in English? I got to build personal relationships with kids, and what does that actually mean? Half the time I made fun of them, half the time they made fun of me. Yeah. Blind guy didn't see that one coming. And fast forwarding, because I don't want to take up much time, I want to come to this march and talk about this. I did not anticipate coming here and signing for my friend who's deaf and interpreting. I did not think my friend would come with me 2 days in a row who has terrible social anxiety. I thought my best friend who's from Ghana would come with me, come with me here. But I didn't realize the fear that she held as a black woman and the fear that society has put on her. Thank you to every single black woman who's out here today. And my other close friend, who I thought would come, who I can't say his name because he's in a lawsuit right now that he's about to win, but he can't speak out on any of this stuff. I didn't learn about why he didn't come to the protest until that. And it gave me a different perspective being down here. Not only am I visually impaired, right, and marching in the front and yelling with everybody else and doing all these things, right? And it's a lot easier to social distance when people are afraid of getting hit by the cane that's tapping at their heels. To a couple of you have experience. But it made me realize, wow, not focusing on what you can do, but what you can't do. I want to call out a few people here and point some things out, and then I'm wrapping up. Mo, out here. I don't know if you're out here, bro, but that dude, hey, bro, this guy's hopping around, yelling the whole time, getting the chants going and everything, and getting me hyped and making me feel safe in this environment. Chris, calling me out, be like, yo, man, even the blind guy sees the injustice that's going on. Yo, come on, though, for real. Tony, who's out here making me feel welcome. Daniel, who's out here, people looking out for me. And my flip to you guys now is looking at the things you can do. Oh, hey, Mo.
Yeah, man. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it, showing us love. This is beautiful, bro. I told you this every day, all day.
That's Mo. 10 seconds. Yeah, so I just want to flip that back onto us, because many of us are wondering what can we do, and we look at the things that we can't do. And I just want to encourage y'all, we have a voice, right? For those of us who don't have a voice, you got some legs.
You right.
For those of you who don't got some legs, you got some arms.
For sure.
For those of you who don't got some arms, you got some eyes.
For sure.
For those of you who don't got some eyes, you got some feelings.
Right.
Right? You got some feelings that need to be shared and expressed. So I just want to end with that. Don't focus on what you can't do, but focus on what you can do. Whose lives matter?
Black Lives Matter! Woo!
Wow, thank you so much, Micah. All right, we got an announcement coming up from Labor Council.
Whose lives matter?
Black Lives Matter!
Black Lives Matter?
Black Lives Matter.
Spog out now. Ready? Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
So the meeting is continuing to go, and in an unprecedented turn of events, they've voted by over 80% to extend the meeting to allow for full discussion. So that meeting could go on as long as 10 o'clock. We're not going to hold this space till then. There's a march that's happening. Encourage everyone to go. Some of us will stay here and make sure that we'll be here if you want to check back in. And other folks, we are going to post the results on the Facebook event. But it is really good news that they are not shutting it down, that this is being heard, that this is being discussed. Everyone here has been heard. This rally was a part of the discussion that was going on. You made a difference today by coming out. And myself and Anna and just so many other educators and workers really put in a lot of work to try to pull this thing together, but it was really sort of just, what do you say, fly by the seat of your pants? If you want to stay involved, we're going to be having more things come out of this, trying to make sure Black Lives Matter in labor. This is a first step, not an end step. And so this is a URL, tinyurl.com/BLMunion, which will take you to a Google form. So we're going to have a follow-up meeting from this. Stay organized, get the anti-racist labor union activists more organized in this city so we can fight to change it, so that it's not like last year where the Labor Council gave a community service award to SPOG. Instead, it should be the community that is empowered in those halls. So that's the update, and I'm sorry there's not decisive things, but all signs are looking quite strong. The battle's not over, but we will know in a couple of hours. And so on the Facebook event, we'll post the results, and some of us will hang around here afterwards as well. So thanks, everybody. It's really something to see so many people out here and united.
Gorilla announcement. Okay, so some people still want to march, right?
Yeah!
Okay, some people are still going to march. Where is that going to happen? Where are people getting together? 10th and Pine on the West Precinct. Okay, but some people are still curious about this People's Assembly. Whatever you feel like you want to do, that's fine. Because there are a lot of concerns, like the leadership of the No Cop Co-op changed in the past 8 hours, and there's just different things about the organization of this space specifically for the people that are here every day and have questions. And it's also an experiment. If the People's Assembly happens today, that's fine. If it doesn't, that's fine. It's like testing the waters. I have a microphone. This sound system is not available to us as a People's Assembly. So I'm just going to be using a megaphone and seeing if other people from yesterday from the People's Assembly will show up today. If not, that's all right. But yeah, hopefully in future days we will have a sound system. This is one of like the things that needs to be worked out, is like scheduling, sound system, organization, actual fucking organization. So if you are invested in like more like getting together in a group discussion about the vibe of what's happening here on the daily, organizing, feeling out, just having group conversation, that's the People's Assembly. If you want to march, get with other people that want to march.
Awesome, thanks for that announcement. I have a couple quick logistical things. Someone left their phone here. It's Victoria Ivanova. Your phone and stuff is up here. Oh, there you are. Sorry. Awesome. Yep, for sure. And then one other thing, there is a minivan, a teal minivan parked by Riot Kitchen. They're actually erecting a black fist over that location right now. And they're asking if you can move your van. So if you know that's your van, please try to do that now. All right, so we have, I think we only have time, unfortunately, for one last speaker. So, David, why don't you?
Hey everybody, I had a little bit of a speech here, but in reality, I know that we need to get to marching because that's what works and that's what creates change. Who here has been marching with us since, 2 Sundays ago? I want to give special time and acknowledgement to your, not just time, but your feet, your emotions, and every step you've taken.
We all got tear gas together. We all got mace together. It is not without any of your time and everything that anything here stands. So I know that didn't even possibly make sense. But without your efforts, none of this could have been here. I don't think any of us on that Sunday believed that we would be standing or sitting in front of a precinct abandoned by the same people who stood there laughing as they maced us. Laughing and smiling as they shot flash grenades at us. But that's where we are, and I want you to appreciate yourselves. It is your efforts that got us not just one meeting with the mayor, but a regular cadence of meetings with the mayor in which all of your voices are heard. Now, the last meeting, Jenny Durkin announced that she will not defund the SPD and has no intention to defund the SPD. I don't know about you guys, but I know, make it quick. I don't know about you guys, but what we promised her that day is that we would continue marching every day until there's change. So I know that there's a General Assembly that's supposed to happen right now, but I encourage you to get up and march, and we'll meet here back after for that General Assembly. It is the march itself that has gotten us this far, and it is the unity that we've always shown that has continued to get us there. We will continue to march, we will continue to disrupt, and we will continue to allow this city to know that we will not stop until there's change. We're leaving in 10 minutes. We're going to meet on 10th and Pine. We will continue to march. We're going to go to the West Precinct, and we're going to go onto the highway and keep disrupting. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. 10th and Pine. And then please return for the General Assembly because, again, organization is important.
Yeah, thanks, David. All right, we're going to get, just because this gentleman's been waiting a very long time, do one last speech, and then we're going to have someone close it out. Does someone want to? I can close it out after.
Hello, Seattle! What an honor to be standing here with you today. Oh my God. This is amazing. I haven't seen a police officer in 5 or 6 days. What? Black leadership brought you that. Black leadership brought you that. Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! All lives can't matter until... All lives can't matter until... I think I have something to offer. My name is Rob. I'm an American Yellow Vest. I got really upset. Yellow vests are about democracy. My state government, I'm from Utah, really doesn't believe in democracy and shunned people's initiatives. I got so upset, I decided to go to Paris in an effort to embarrass my state government. I had some success. While I was there, I was changed. And the gentleman before me, he's talking about a march. You underestimate the value of those marches. I'm telling you that right now. You need to join that march. Not only because of what it does for the cause, but for what it does to you. Every single march I've been on in France and elsewhere has changed me for the better. You underestimate that. Now, I bring, in an effort to be quick, I want to remind you of one other thing, though. There have been 25, 30 people, Frenchmen, who have lost eyes to the police in France. Literally lost their eyes from projectiles in the types of fights the people of Seattle have been having here, and that I witnessed in Portland before I came up here for 2 weeks. Those police officers in France wear an American flag on their back. This right here. The American empire is taking the eyes of Frenchmen who wish democracy. And they've had enough, and I'm going to keep this short. But I'm bringing you a treat right now from France. Let me tell you, before I get to that, my job is to talk to white people. I am only talking to white people right now. Now, one other thing is I'm only talking to white people. Okay? There is overwhelming moral reason to support this cause in the streets. Overwhelming moral reason, but there's more. There's a tactical reason to support this movement. And what is that? Where's a white person who can tell me what the tactical reason is to get behind Black Lives Matter today when the only enemy in the world is a multinational billionaire class? Why does it make sense to get behind black leadership? I want a white person to tell me that right now in America. It's because they have the experience. And that experience got you this space right here, right now. White people, this is only for white people. You repeat after me. White people, you repeat after me. Build unity against the elites. Follow black leadership in the streets. White people, I'm not hearing you. White people, build unity against the elites. Follow black leadership in the streets. Build unity against the elites. Follow black leadership in the streets. I bring you a treat from my fellow white people across the Atlantic Ocean who have a government, a colonial type government, more like the American government than any other government in the world. They have a presidential republic like we do. They copied the U.S. Constitution in 1789, and they have a message for us today. And I'm going to read it to you, and then I'll be done. Proclamation of the first direct democracy of France, July 14th, 2019, from the streets of Paris. The people have the natural right to form or abolish any government for the purpose of ensuring their own security and sustainability. On this, July 14th, 2019, National Day, we, the people of France, once again declare our inalienable sovereignty. With constancy and obstinacy, the people of France, with or without a vest, denounced the corruption of the Republic and the illegitimacy of this false representative democracy. Access to information induced by the advent of modern communication technologies allowed us to make a lucid observation of the uselessness and even the harmful character of the political representation set up as a system, almost always concussionary, subservient to the big World Bank and the military-industrial complex, which enslaves the people of the whole world. Everyone has the right to speak for themselves. Collective decision-making through citizen structures freed from the Republican yoke can now be achieved. We hereby declare that we have the right to do so in every corner of France, in our districts, our municipalities, our cities, and our provinces. In order to restore the destiny and sovereignty of the French people, we hereby proclaim the first direct democracy of France, and we invite all the citizens of France who love justice and freedom to meet in constituent assemblies, new institutions which will see the light of day soon in each province of France. Everyone can thus bring their own skills and expertise to the established democratic structures in order to determine together the rules of our mutual ties. We will not go back.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, we got one last announcement and then we got to take all the stuff down.
All right, everybody, thank you for your patience while we close. We just want to make one last announcement because, as we all know, this isn't over. And as Jesse Agopin was saying earlier, we just want to remind you that tomorrow is a vigil for Charlena Lyles. All right, can we say her name? Charlena Lyles. Say her name. Charlena Lyles. Say her name. Charlena Lyles. The vigil is going to be tomorrow at Magnuson Park. All right, and these are the family demands. Drop the lawsuits that seek to destroy King County's inquest process, Renton, Federal Way, Kent, Auburn, and the King County Sheriff Office. Officer Jason Anderson and Stephen McNew, drop your lawsuit against King County prohibiting our family from getting answers. Defund the police and reinvest in community. Mayor Durkin resign. So this is the field across from Brentler Place, 67th Avenue. And it starts at 6, I believe. 6? Yeah, it starts at 6. Magnuson Park. Magnuson Park, 67th Avenue. All right. Thank you, everybody. We are going to close. But again, this isn't over, right? We're still waiting on the vote. We're still waiting on the count. If you want to get involved after this, follow that link so that we can stay in touch with you afterwards. All right? Whose lives matter? Black lives matter. Whose lives matter? Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Smoke out now. Black lives matter. Smoke out now. Thank you, everybody.
tinyurl.com/BLM Union. Let's organize. Venmo at Anna/Ackman, donate to rally, decriminalize Seattle, hashtag SPAG out, hashtag defund SPAG. I just want to say that you're an inspiration, hope, the generation.
Everyone,
And I think it's so beautiful what you're doing, just to be a part and witness the pure love and energy and positivity.
unexpected, very powerful.
Alright, if you do not want to bite, and you are curious about what a people's assembly is, or if you were here yesterday, come here! Come here! See that guy over there? Was anyone here yesterday or I mean, look at
We are heading to the protest.
We're gonna march, and when they get to Bucket Creek, when we get to, we gonna peel up and go the fuck home. I'm tired. Executive decision. Wow.
They want to see us lose, that ain't no secret. But the only way to win, got what he's. Hundreds.
I was away talking myself. Regular people. Oh, we missed the. Maybe I might get a little back.
I didn't mean to leave my food in this bowl. Feel bad.
Jessica Murphy, I never thought she was oh, she was in Ballard. Yeah. I was like, damn, that one. Okay. It's really
But it's expiring next year.
Yeah.
I won't be getting that.
That's comfortable. Close your eyes outside.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have any cash on us. Do you guys remember?
How about I walk you back towards where we're headed? I'll get my sign and I'll catch that with the belt that you've already Yeah. I'll follow that, go down the block. I'll point you to where you need to go. Turn around. Part ways. It's for the better. I made a sign last weekend out of plywood and sheet of wood. So it's rubber bullet But that's like how it changes. Yeah, and then bam.
Hello?
Fair enough. Yeah, absolutely. Alright, I should meet up with my friends. Your name is James. Steve.
Hello? Alright. Alright, no problem. No problem. Hold on. Can you put this on my back? Through the back where it was?
On your back?
Out of your home! Out of your home!
Okay.
Out of your home! Out of your home! Out of your home! Out of your home! Out. Who's street? 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 On the streets! What do we want? 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 Coming up to his left, coming up to his left. Hold on, y'all. We're still catching up up there. We're still catching up up there.
Like, screaming in the streets with people.
Hold on. We're still catching up. We're still catching up. We're all good. We're good.
Come on, TK!
But we have to accomplish what we came here for. And that's Seattle Black Lives. We have to make people in Seattle realize they've been silent for too damn long about the black lives that have been lost here. For real. And that's some of us, including myself too. We're not exempt for this shit just because we're in the street protesting. Some of us in this crowd have been silent too, myself included. But that's over with now. That's over with now. I'm tired. Y'all tired. So let's be tired together. Let's get this shit done. Shit. I'm tired. Black lives matter. 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 Slow down. We're on the hill. Look, if we gotta lock arms like Martin and them guys did, man, that's what we're gonna have to do. Hey, we did it before. Oh, why not?
Stay behind the megaphone! Stay!
We gotta lock arms like Martin. Let's do that.
Justice! Now!
Slow down, Josh. Slow down. Slow down, Mr. Man. We're going downhill.
No peace.
Easy.
No peace. No peace. No peace. No peace.
Shit.
No peace. No peace.
Out by Mississippi.
No peace. No peace. No peace. No peace. No peace.
Hey, you're
no peace.
Man.
No peace. No peace. No peace. No peace. No peace. Police. No peace. Police. No peace. Police. No justice. No peace. No racist. 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 Police. Whose lives matter? Black lives matter. 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 Justice now. Justice now. Justice now. Justice now. Justice now. Justice now. Black lives matter. Black lives matter.
That's your damn right. Guess what? I'm getting out of here on this all lives matter shit. Listen, get with the movement because we're not saying that all lives don't matter, but we're saying we're making a bold ass.
Black lives gotta matter first. Before everybody else. Period. We don't matter, but nobody else matters. Because we all equal. So until our lives matter, we're not saying don't nobody else matter. We just want us to matter too.
Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter.
What do we want?
Justice now.
Okay, how about that? Just give a minute. We gotta get into getting the money back here. We gotta say something. So when I say, I want you guys to say Sean Ford.
Sean Ford. Sean Ford. Sean Ford. Sean Ford. Black lives matter. Black lives matter.
Yes, sir.
We'll take the next right.
Yeah,
We'll take
next
the next
right.
Hey, we'll all take the next right.
Next right.
Hey, but listen.
Listen. These is our streets. We gonna do this. This is what we do. You guys recording history. Come be a part of history. Stop recording history. Come be a part of it. Our streets. 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 Our streets.
Hey, slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Oh, you got it? I don't do checks. That's you, bro.
No, bro, I don't either, but I'm gonna go to that side.
Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! No peace! 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 Black Lives Matter!
Hey, yo. Listen.
These racist cops have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! These racist cops have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! These racist cops have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! These racist cops have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! These racist cops have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! These racist cops have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! These racist cops have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! These racist cops have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! These racist cops have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! These racist cops have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! These racist cops have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! These racist cops have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! These racist cops have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter!
I got energy today. Shit, we go to Freeway, we go to Bellevue, we go to... That's what everybody wants to do. Seems like a tradition going on.
Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! No peace! 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 Black Lives Matter! 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 Don't shoot! 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 Don't shoot!
Put your hands up, come on! You guys put your hands up, come on!
March with us! March
Come
with
on!
us!
Come
March
on!
with us!
Just put your hands
March
up,
with
come on!
us! Come on,
Come on! Let's go! Let's go! If you
all
put
in
your
this
hands up,
together.
you stand for this, so let's go! Show me you support this! Show me! Show me you support this movement! Show me my life matters! For real! Show us is in the streets and let's march!
All day! Every day! 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 All day! Every day!
All day!
Every day!
All day!
Every day!
All day!
Every day!
All day!
Every day!
All day!
Every day!
All
tight. I'm finna get up here.
Get up.
Is this thing open? Yep.
These barricades have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, ho, ho. These cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. The trial of the powers have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go.
Hey, all my beautiful people. Like, yo. Hey, yo. We gonna get back to their asses for sure. I got a whole lot to say to their asses too. So we definitely finna get on their asses today.
Yeah.
We gonna get on their asses today. Listen, I kid you not. Yesterday we was here in the same exact spot.
Yes, we were.
And it was maybe, if 200 people, if that. That's being generous, maybe.
That's right.
Now look at today.
Yeah.
Look at this shit. Look at this. This is damn sure more than it was yesterday. And it's gonna be damn sure more tomorrow. Every day. Every day. Every day. Every day. All day. Every day. Every day, bro. Every day. This is how we change Seattle. This is what changes Seattle. This is what. Goddamn, see? I'm so excited I can't talk. We know what you're saying. But this is how we change Seattle, people. This is how we do it. Hey, you guys want to hear something? We're doing two things at one time. See, because we're getting on their asses right here, but diagonally across the street is the federal courthouse. Diagonally across the street is the federal courthouse. And as we all know, that prison pipeline was designed for people, black, brown, and indigenous people. We all know that, right? We all know that they hand out the harshest sentences to black and brown people. We know that. So we're accomplishing two things at one time here, people. See, because they can hear us and they can hear us too. You know what I'm saying? This is why this is important to change Seattle. This is why this is important. This is why we have to do this every day. We come here, we're doing two things at one time. This is how we affect change here. That's the only way. We can't do it no other way. And it can't be, there is no black supremacy over better than the white people. Listen, I'm pro-black like a motherfucker. Can't nobody blame me for that. I'm pro-black like a motherfucker. And in a perfect world, it could work like that. But this is not a perfect world. We're fighting white supremacy now. Just imagine if it was black supremacy. We would have the same, our children's would have the same problem we're all having right now. So the only way this gets done is together, as a unit. That's it. I'm not better than you guys. Listen, I am not no leader. I am not. Listen, this is not even the person I want to be. Dead ass. It's really not. I'd rather stand in the crowd and talk to people individually. But however, I felt like we got a little lost and needed some direction a little bit. So, me being me, it's only right because Black Lives Matter. In order for my life to matter, we still need to be fighting. We can't give up and be comfortable. And I sensed a lot of comfortability because I felt it. Shit, I'm trying to be comfortable everywhere I go. So we got to keep fighting. We got one battle. This is another one. This one is for the Seattle Black Lives, though. That's what I want this one to be for. We got Chop up there for all Black lives, for sure. All the Black lives are up there for sure. Let's do something for Seattle now.
Fuck yeah.
Let's do something for Seattle now. Let's hold SPD accountable. Let's take care of home first. Let's get justice for the Black lives that have been lost here. Let's do something for Seattle. Since everybody's here, whether you're from Seattle, whether you live in Seattle, you're here. It's not where you're from, it's where you're at. And you're in Seattle, so stand the fuck up for Seattle. Back to those asses. Alright, I need to work on my outro. You can do it, I need to work on my outro a little bit, guys. It's terrible. Here, come on, y'all right there, them little two motherfuckers right there. Get him that shit right there.
Whose lives matter?
Black lives matter.
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 I just want to thank everybody for showing up, for real. This is love, for real. Thanks to all you guys. Whose lives matter?
Black lives matter.
So listen, I'm gonna tell you guys something. I feel like, well, there's a sentiment amongst a lot of people that there's not enough black female voices being heard. So we're not gonna be sexies and we're not gonna be like everybody else. I have a perfect candidate that is a black female to address us all. So why not let her, right? Yeah! Because technically, hey, black women fight for black lives more than anybody else do, real shit. So why not let them talk? Here you go. Same 50 days yesterday, do your shit. I'm going there with her, shit. Help her out. Shit, she nervous.
Let it out. There we go. Stand with her.
Come on.
There we go. Back her up.
That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead.
Appreciate you guys.
Press the button and talk. Speak your mind. From your heart. Let it come from your heart.
Everything on your mind.
Okay. Hi, guys.
Here you go.
How we doing out there tonight? How we feeling? Okay. That's good. That's good. My name is Jamara, and I am a black woman. I don't know if you could tell or not, but I am a black woman. And yes, black men are dying, sadly. But we have to focus on the black women as well. Unarmed black women are dying. Charlena Lyles black woman who died at the hands of the police in Seattle. Here. We have to hold SPD accountable. You killed a black woman and her child. Her child was a victim of police brutality before it was even living. That doesn't even make any sense. We have to hold SPD accountable.
Is this how it works? Okay, so my voice is a little bit gone at the moment. I've been on the front lines the last couple of days screaming them off. But I just want to say I am very thankful for all the people who came out the last couple of days and like, where'd he go? He said yesterday there wasn't as many people, but a lot more came out today, and I am so thankful, and all the support and everything is just amazing. And what the media has been saying about Chop and Chaz is not okay, and bullshit. It pisses me off so much. Yes, it is bullshit, and I'm tired of it, and I want to make some change around here because I'm tired of having to leave my house and not feel comfortable. I'm tired of having to send my little brother, 11-year-old, to the store and being afraid if he's not going to make it home or not. I'm scared and tired of the fact that when my father leaves, that I'm afraid he won't make it home because of police brutality. All of this shit needs to stop, and the police need to make up for it. They really do, because this shit is not okay at all. It really needs to change. Thank you. Anybody else want to come up?
No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No racist! Police! No justice! No peace! No racist! Police! No justice! No peace! No racist! Police! Okay, hold on 1 second. We'll get back to that. So if you guys saw the video of Rayshard Brooks getting shot down in Atlanta at the Wendy's, it's pretty graphic. Sorry about that. Check out the video of Rayshard in Atlanta and see what happens when he does, I guess, resist arrest with the officers, and he ends up wrestling with them, and he ends up trying to run away. As he's running away, he shoots behind his back a taser. He might have hit him, I don't know, but the cop ends up pulling his weapon right after he said stop. And about a second or half a second later, he shoots the gun twice or 3 times. If he hits him in the back twice, and they waited about 2.5 minutes to even get the ambulance involved. And so that video is extremely graphic and very hurting to me. I used to live in Atlanta, and I have a very close bond to that. And I honestly support the people that are in Atlanta that are protesting for that. I know they burned the Wendy's down. They did a lot of other things, but here we have the platform. We are in Seattle. We're able to do right as well, and also support them around the country that are dealing with injustices like that in Atlanta with Rayshard. I think, and there's a lot of cases that are similar to that, and because that was kind of video, we're able to see that, and that just happened on Friday. And so we're here today at the precinct together as a unit. Let's make our voice be heard, and I thank you guys for being here. No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No racist! Police! No justice! No peace! No racist! Police! Thanks.
This is what we need, black boys.
All right, everybody. I mentioned the word education before, and I'm going to mention it again. This is a war of education, of intelligence, of knowledge. It is not a war that we started. They started this war when they started lying to us in the media. They started this war when they started defunding education. But they started a war with the wrong city, did they not? I have lived in Seattle my entire life. My entire life, I have said this is the best city in the world. And these past 2 weeks, each and every one of you have proven me right. Thank you. One more thing I want to say. Did y'all see the way these bitch-ass cops ran away as soon as we walked up? That shit ain't nothing new. We got them scared. They are terrified. They're used to terrifying us, and now the tables have turned. But I don't think they're scared enough. How scared do y'all think they would get if we started chanting war crimes in their streets, outside of their precinct? Y'all think that would get the message across? What should they be charged for? War crimes. What should they be charged for? War crimes. officers be accountable for? War crimes! What the fuck makes you think it's okay to commit war crimes against your own citizens? We do not trust you. Get out of our city. It's our job. That's why we're out here. It's our job to hold these police officers accountable. So let's not forget that. We pay their taxes. We pay their salary. They work for us. It is literally our job to hold them accountable. That's right. That is our job. Don't call for me. Call for yourself because you're out here. You're out here. And again, we'll be out here every day. Every day. Every day. Whose lives matter? Black lives matter. That's damn straight, and don't forget it.
Kick them out of the union.
Take your pension, take your freedom.
I really want to know why they ran here because, bro, we got motherfucking time today and every day.
Yes,
every day. Running and hiding ain't really gonna solve nothing because we still gonna be here. At some point, y'all got to come face them. You know what I'm saying? The oppressors have to come face the oppressed at some point in time. Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? So whether it's today, tomorrow, next week. We come here every day, they gonna have to come face us at some point.
Every day!
Every day!
Every day!
Every fucking day y'all gonna have to see us.
bro. Here goes.
What the fuck make you think you can hide forever?
I want to go ahead and fucking check it off.
Y'all can hide that precinct forever. I mean, I'm just, logistically, I'm just saying. Historically, I'm saying it's been proven that you guys can't hide forever either. I mean, we just proved that a week ago when we made you guys leave your precinct. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. So we proved a week ago you guys can't run and hide forever. Y'all just left one fight to go another. That part of one lead one fight to go another too. I'm just saying, bro. Somebody will come face us and get it over with now. Because we coming every day to come face y'all. We ain't scared of y'all no more.
Come on.
We're not terrorizing us no more. We done with that shit. It's over. That shit was like 100, 200, 400 years ago. We tired of it. We done with it. Now it's time for us to get some goddamn reprimands around here for this shit that we've been subjected to. It's time for these motherfuckers to be let down with this shit that we've been subjected to all these years. So Fuck it, let's let them have it. Fuck it, because we're gonna do this every day for this shit.
Yep.
Every day for this shit.
Every day.
Every day. All day.
Every day.
All day.
Every day.
All day.
Every day.
All day.
Every day.
All day.
Every day.
If you have some pain and some anger to release, please come to the front. We want to hear you and you need to be heard. If there is anybody who needs to release some of their pent-up frustration, please come to the front, especially black people. Now is your time. We want to hear everybody's voice.
Let's go! Come on up!
Look, they want us to stop. They want us to stop. They don't want us here every day. They don't want us here, man. Because while they see walls, we see doors. We are not gonna stop, yo. I've been doing this too long. I've been dealing with this too long. And it starts with us. This isn't a conflict. This is a revolution. This is a revelation. And we just started, baby. Hey, they hear us. They hear us. They hear us. Trump hears us. The government hears us. We can't stop, man. This is all momentum. I encourage any black person or anybody here to come talk and tell your pain right now.
Yes. Stop. Right there. You got one right there.
A black life in Seattle's police experience is to the individual. Mine was not receiving any justice at all.
Listen up.
I was left almost for dead to take my own taxi to the hospital. And when I called the police after I received 5 stab wounds to the neck, they hung up on me and sent 2 police officers in gang unit to meet me. They did not care about my black life. They cared about getting another nigga off the streets. And if I died and that nigga got away, then everything is justice. I worked too damn hard as an American to be dealing with that. And I don't want my police force, my city, or my citizens to ever treat me or themselves like that either. What I stand before right now is this police precinct, nothing more than a copy of the other ones who have damaged black lives by inactivity or excessive force.
Or murder!
Or murder. Most certainly murder. That's generally what happens. That's a child's nightmare in our black community.
Murder!
My brother has called me and told me more stories about how terrified he was growing up just remembering the police. They used to chase us down the street when we would run with lights and see who we were. They didn't care. We were just a whole bunch of criminal niggas. We weren't 10-year-olds. We weren't living in our neighborhood. This Black Lives Matter movement is so much more than just a protest. It's about us honoring one another as citizens of this land. It's about this police force, but not just this one, the ones across America, to figure out how the fuck to treat us and how to treat our community members, because black education is black life. And when you defund schools, underprivileged neighborhoods and things like that, you end up with more police officers running through there, killing people, thinking because of some ignorant shit. Because we're just black lives. I hate that N-word, but you know, the police just bring it out of me. They just make me realize, like, that's how they
what
just...
What do they call us?
Niggas.
Yup. No, what do they call us?
Niggers. That is a terrible
and
word.
And what are we?
Black. We are American.
We are human.
Come on. We are here.
We are not fucking black. We are fucking human.
We are here.
They killed my cousin too. And she was pregnant.
It's just as equal as police brutality. And when you call them and they don't respond, you can assume they kicked your ass too. This happened for women across America when they complained about someone being on their ass. Inactivity. And in fact, you might have called somebody over who would have just came on and brought the extra abuse along. This is serious. We pay a lot of money, we work really hard, and we wish to go to sleep in peace. But if we can't trust 3 numbers on our fucking phone and the people behind them,
then what are we doing? What are we sleeping at night? How are we sleeping at night? What kind of peace do we really have here in this land? That is the question that I leave you with. Thank
We got one right here. Hold on 1 second. Him first.
Is it on?
Yeah, we got it.
Alright, look. My bad. Hey, my name is Baby Smurflo. I'm from the South End, just in case y'all don't know me.
So, try to be loud. Point it up here.
Hey, my name is Smurf. I'm from the South End. I just recently lost a close brother of mine. I remember when I used to ride in Cadillacs with his nigga.
That's my guy.
On everything. I ain't getting my brother back. Yeah. Next gen, nigga, this Gen World. This is the new generation. Real shit. Nigga, I got 2 strikes right now looking at for all time. Nigga, I've been on Capio for 4 days, maybe? For the past 4 days, crying. Last night, I was drunk off my ass. Red. Got black shoes on with an orange bandana on my face. This gang shit, it's not against each other. It should be against these bitch ass niggas. Yeah. Man, this war is like World War II, World War I, Vietnam, World War. This shit started. That shit started way back then. Before slavery. On some real shit. Y'all really do the history and look back on this shit, y'all gonna be shocked. Y'all niggas gonna cry. Real shit. I'm looking at all y'all motherfuckers' eyes because this shit hurts. I almost broke down crying before I even grabbed this shit. Because he said this shit is like a trigger. I done pulled a couple triggers. I done took a couple triggers. I still got my fist. I got 12 holes in that bitch. I got 4 in my leg. This shit hurt. I trade places. My brother, I think he got it.
That's going on. Charlena! That is my cousin. She was pregnant. She called the fucking people who are supposed to protect us. And they came in there and gunned her and her baby down. And what happened? Another life lost. No, wait, my bad. Another nigga lost. Good job, right? That's the fuck they said. I'm fucking still hurt from that shit. Raised my whole life. And I don't even do this protesting shit. I understand what you guys are doing, but anyways. It's all right, bro. It's all right. building these fucking buildings. I'm building this goddamn white road. I'm paying this goddamn shit. You know what? And I still get treated like a piece of shit on the ground. Tired of it. Sick. I know everybody else is too, right? I'm sorry, guys.
My name is Brent, and I come out here today. I was instructed by family members that I should educate my children. Because I have two black sons, 11 and 12, who gotta grow up in this fucking world that they bring upon them. I gotta educate my children on some shit that I knew would come, and I knew was there, but I didn't realize it was gonna come this fast. They're babies to me. I look at them every day and I'm like, damn. One's autistic, he can't speak. So I have one son who's the voice of both, and you all are the voice of them. You speak on their fucking behalf. We bring it on. We're bringing our voices. We're bringing our souls out here because our message means something. Black lives matter. And feelings.
Okay, so this message is for the white people that are here. I was out back there, I don't know, I'm visiting Seattle, so I don't know what that's called. But I was in that park area, and I kept hearing people say, one love. Talking about loving everyone, right? And then later I heard another speaker call out white people and say, we are racist. And I did not see a lot of y'all saying yes. But the truth is, all of us have biases. I am a black, disabled woman, and I have biases in front of me. And just because you are here, and liberal maybe, or whatever, does not mean you don't have biases in front of you. Those cops do not think they have biases. So if you don't look within yourself and see, some of y'all might acknowledge your white privilege, that's great. Do you benefit from it every day? Do you recognize it every day? Do you speak for the black person who's being followed in the store? What are you doing? Do you look at someone and say, I wonder why they're homeless? You should question it and then realize it's because we live in a broken capitalistic system. None of you white people are doing the best until there is no more racism, until these cops are defunded, until every fucking department is defunded. Your job is not done. So next time somebody says white people are racist, all of y'all better say yes, because you benefit from it. Yes. And to the black people, do not play into respectability politics. They look at you and see a nigger. Doesn't matter.
Pardon me. Very often I'm hearing people water down our message and take away our strength and take away our power. We want to make it clear in no uncertain terms that we do want to defund and abolish the police. teachers are defunded. Our teachers have to buy their own supplies out of their own pocket. I want our cops to think about, yo, can I afford to shoot that bullet? Can I afford to kill another brown man or woman? That's what defunding looks like. Look at our hospitals. Look at our fucking hospitals. My mother's a nurse. My mother doesn't have PPE during coronavirus right now. They're making makeshift motherfucking PPE out of fucking plastic bags and trash cans and shit. I want these fucking racist cops to have to make their fucking bulletproof vests out of their leftover cardboard from their pizza boxes. I want them to not be able to afford the chaos. We're not talking about defund the police. We just want to make them softer, kinder, or reform them, or keep them how they are, but just take away some of their power. No! We want to get rid of this racist system. You see this flag right here? You see this?